Mr O'Connor.
Lady, our first witness this morning is Lee Cain.
If you'd like to repeat after me. I do solemnly.
I do solemnly.
Sincerely and truly.
Sincerely and truly.
Declare and affirm.
Declare and affirm.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Yes, Lee Edward Cain.
Mr Cain, you have kindly prepared a witness statement for the inquiry, which is up on screen. I know that you are familiar with the contents of that statement, and we don't need to go to it, but on the last page of the statement there is a statement of truth stating that you believe that the contents of the witness statement are true, and you've signed your name underneath that statement, haven't you? Correct. And you did that on the 25th of August 2023.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr Cain, it's right, isn't it, that you began your career as a journalist, but subsequently you've worked in communications and public relations?
Yes, that's correct.
In 2016, you worked in that field for the Leave campaign in the Brexit referendum?
Yes.
You, I think, were the communications head for the Leave campaign.
Head of broadcast.
Thank you. And after the referendum, you worked in various in communications roles in various different government departments, including working for Boris Johnson when he was the Foreign Secretary between 2016 and 2018.
It was the latter half of his time as Foreign Secretary, so from from the final year, I think he was there, not the entire time.
Right. So 2018 at least.
Yes. Yeah.
And then when Mr Johnson became Prime Minister in July 2019, following Theresa May's resignation, you were appointed as his Director of Communications at Number 10.
Yes, and I'd worked as well with him while he was on the backbenches during that sort of period in between too. Between
2018 and 2019?
Before he went back into Number 10 after he left the Foreign Office into Number 10.
And then from July 2019, you held that post of Director of Communications until you resigned in November 2020, so 18 months or so.
Yeah, just a bit short of that, correct.
And if we look at your statement on that first page that's on the screen at the moment, Mr Cain, at paragraph 3, you refer to your position as Director of Communications, and you say that you were one of the Prime Minister's most senior advisors. As Director of Communications, tell us in a few sentences what was your responsibility? Did you in fact have responsibility for communications across government, or was it something less than that?
No, I think it's your broad role and remit is to provide political advice to the Prime Minister within the sphere of communications, and it's quite nebulous to some degree what control and authority you have over the wider government machine. There is an executive director. When I was there, there's a gentleman called Alex Aitken who oversees the GCS, which is the Government Communications Service. So that is all of the departments and the ALBs and the budget and the marketing, all that side of things, and the civil servants would normally report into Alex, and we would work together on various issues. But as a sort of, it's quite unclear who's in control of certain elements, but mine would be more the political, but also more of a sort of counsellor to the Prime Minister as well.
Yes, well, you use the word political, and as we'll come to see, your role was certainly not limited to, shall we say, presentational matters. You were advising him on what his strategy should be, not just how it should be presented.
That was broadly correct.
Well, give us a sense, Mr Cain, of your personal relationship with Mr Johnson in 2020. You say you'd worked with him for some years by then. Was he a friend of yours?
I think he was my boss, so friend is it would be presumptuous for me to say, but I think we were close. We would speak pretty much every day, and I think I had a good understanding of him. I think part of what I brought to the Downing Street operation, having worked with him for quite a long time, was just a good understanding of how he would react to information, and you get a sort of simpatico almost, the relationship between a special advisor and a principal.
I want to, Mr. Cain, to take you through some of the events of 2020 in a reasonably chronological way. And if we can start, please, by looking at page 4 of your statement, starting at paragraph 16. And you make the point here that although, as you say, there was an awareness of COVID-19 early in January of that year, it was only one of many issues discussed inside Downing Street, and you say it was a low priority at that point. And then if we can look at the next paragraph, paragraph 17, you talk about various other issues that had some prominence in January and into February: Brexit, 5G, reshuffle of the cabinet, HS2, and so on. So, can you give us a sense then of where COVID fitted into the hierarchy of concern in January and February of 2020?
I think it was it started off from a pretty low base, I would say. Number 10, there was always decisions to be made over, what will be the priority issues. As you can imagine, only the most difficult issues are dealt with in number 10, because if they were soluble, they would be solved at a departmental level. So there is that constant balance of what do we need to focus on at any one time. You can see from the issues that I've outlined here, these are all pretty taxing and difficult, issues that deserve the Prime Minister's and the number 10's attention. But I think at first COVID, we were informed was, we were obviously having conversations with the Department of Health. The view was the UK was incredibly well prepared. There had been a decade of pre-preparedness, and we were, amongst the best in the world to deal with a pandemic, and it was being monitored closely by officials in the Department of Health. So I think it was quite rational at that point to assume it would be a departmental lead, and they would continue to inform us as and when was required, when it needed more attention. I think, and you can see it goes up the sort of agenda in number 10 as we move through January and into February. Yeah. Clearly, we got that assessment wrong, but I think you can probably see why we made the judgments that we did at the time.
If we could just look at the next paragraph, please, and pick up on one or two of the things you've just said, Mr. Cain.
Could you try and go a little slower, Mr. Cain, please?
Sorry.
We see there, as I think you've explained, COVID, at that stage at any rate, wasn't even, you say, in the top 5 of concerns. But you go on to say, as I think you've just indicated, that officials at the DHSC were confident of the strength of the UK's pandemic preparations, and the general view was that it was something that could be dealt with at departmental level. Does it follow that, at least at that stage, January, February, you weren't sort of worried about the priority that was, or rather wasn't, being given to COVID?
I think in January, particularly early January, it felt like we were getting the balance right at the time. I think as we moved into late January and early February, I think it became clear that we didn't particularly have that balance. But then I think it becomes the focus from what I saw yesterday was quite a lot on individuals, but I think the actual institutions, the organisations within the Cabinet Office and and the Department of Health, the feedback was, we are well prepared to deal with this and things are in hand. The question of whether number 10 should have been kicking the tyres more and checking those issues if they were in place, I think is a valid one. But I think we were probably complacent to the fact that the work was being done elsewhere when obviously it was not.
You've mentioned a couple of times, and you refer here to officials at the Department for Health providing that assurance, talking about the plans and so on. Was it just officials, or was it the Secretary of State, Matt Hancock, as well?
The Secretary of State as well was confident on the pre-preparedness. I think in defence of the Secretary of State as well, he did raise the issue early in January. He did speak about it, at a frequent basis. So it's not like it wasn't being raised, but there was an assurance that we were well set to deal with whatever come our way. He
raised it, but he followed that by assuring those he was talking to that the plans were in place and that the UK was well placed to address the threat.
And that, of course, was still the sort of, I say official, but, was still the government position, even when the action plan was launched in, I think, early March, that, we were well prepared to deal with COVID. And, we'd had this decade of preparedness. That was language from the action plan. So rolling into March, that was still the government view.
Yeah. We'll come to the action plan in a moment. Can we look forward, please, onto the next page of your statement and look at paragraph 22. You refer here, Mr. Cain, to, I think, perhaps a conversation or a contact, anyway, that you had with a senior advisor to Matt Hancock. I think it must have been the 31st of January, who, according to this at any rate, suggested that perhaps the plans weren't as well prepared as the assurances that were being given. Can you tell us a little more about that exchange you had? Yes,
that was the first time for me somebody had raised questions about pre-preparedness at that point. They mentioned that while the no deal preparations had helped support some of the government's planning, they were just concerned about supply chain issues and other such things, and were not sure we were in as good a place as potentially was being represented. It wasn't a sort of panic. It was just someone flagging that maybe this needs a bit more attention.
As you've just said, and as we'll see, the mood of confidence lasted long beyond the 31st of January. So
Correct.
Did you do something about this warning that you've been given, or not?
So at that point, and I can't quite remember the beginning dates, I started to host a sort of cross-Whitehall meeting with the communication professionals, which we would invite departmental heads and arms like body heads like the NHS to come into number 10 and just raise the sort of issues that they were getting, because I think part of the problem the communicators were feeding into me was we're being asked a lot of questions by the media, and we don't really have any answers to many of these questions. So we tried to begin then a sort of central hub where at least I was getting the information from source, so to speak, and then we'd try and shake the tyres a little bit, kick tyres, sorry, in number 10. I think soon after, Mr. Cummings as well started a senior team sort of meeting in number 10, focusing on COVID. I think this was more sort of mid-February, I would suspect.
Right. Let me ask you, Mr. Cain, about the Prime Minister, about Boris Johnson's approach at this time. Paragraph 21 of your statement, you refer to the fact, of course, we know that he did not attend or, in fact, chair a whole series of early COBRA meetings. You say that he was focusing his time on the issues outlined. I think you mean those other priorities that we've just mentioned, don't you? And he took a 2-week holiday. But you go on to say that you don't now, I think, criticise the Prime Minister for using his time in that way during that period, because this was a reflection of the prioritisation that we've discussed. Is that right?
Correct. And I think, and also in defence of the Prime Minister, and there are certainly things that the Prime Minister got wrong, but I think in this early stage he is receiving assurances that everything actually is being well prepared, and we're in a good situation to handle things, and nobody's sort of setting up the warning flares to him or to the core team. So, his behaviour at this point isn't, irrational to focus on some of the other issues that, we shouldn't forget were large-scale, significant issues at the time.
If we could look back, please, at paragraph 18 of your statement, the last sentence or so, you refer to the fact that the Prime Minister at this stage was stressing the importance of not overreacting in the response, something he said often resulted in greater damage than the initial threat, and that he linked or likened COVID to past viruses such as swine flu. Is that something that he said more than once during that period?
It was. I think he was alive to the fact that previous health issues that had sort of taken hold, in years gone by, had proved to be sort of not as first anticipated. And I think he was worried about the government being swept up in a sort of media hysteria and overreacting and causing more harm than he would otherwise. And again, I think that he has a certain colourful phrase of language sometimes, but I think it was right and proper that we were looking to provide challenge to what potential options were at that point.
Now this is January or so. As we'll see, it's right, isn't it, that in fact Mr Johnson carried on stating that he didn't want to overreact to COVID for some considerable time after that, even when perhaps other indicators were that this challenge was going to be more serious. Yes,
that's correct.
Let's just look, if we can, at INQ 0004813, please. It's a lengthy document. Thank you. Page 49 of that. So we see here, this is let's say a month on. It's the end of February, and it's a message from you to a number of people within Number 10, including Boris Johnson. And we see towards the bottom of your message, you're saying the PM should chair a COBRA every Monday with Hancock, and officials doing the rest of the week. Can we take it then that some time has passed and you are now saying things are more serious, we've got to move up through the gears?
Yes.
And we can see Mr Johnson's response suggesting that he's keen to fall in with that plan.
Yes, that's correct.
And we know that, in fact, the first time that Mr Johnson chaired a COBRA was a day or two after this, I think it was the 2nd of March. But if we can then move on, please, to page 68 of this document, and zoom in on the bottom, the green message at the bottom, please. Here is a message from Dominic Cummings to you on the 3rd of March, so the day after Mr Johnson chaired his first COBRA, a month after that January period that we were just discussing, where the message seems to be that Mr Johnson still doesn't think it's a big deal. He doesn't think anything can be done. His focus is elsewhere. He thinks it'll be like swine flu. He thinks his main danger is talking the economy into a slump. Now, you very fairly said a moment ago that in January you didn't criticise the Prime Minister for thinking more about 5G, HS2 and so on. What about in early March?
I think the Prime Minister was not alone in not doing as much as we should by early March, given the scale and the evidence that was all over our TV screens at the time. So, yes, the Prime Minister should have done more, but I think also, the team around him and across Whitehall should have done more.
What about you? Did you think by early March it was a big deal or not?
I think so. I think we all thought it was a significant challenge and something that was going to be, the only thing that we were focusing on for an awful long time. I think it was more of, how and what should we be doing at that point. I don't think there was any clarity of purpose, any really serious outlined plan to deal with COVID at that particular point. And I think that was the core failure was, what were we supposed to do? I'm not an epidemiologist. That's not what the expertise I would bring. I think, there was the lack of clarity of what we should be doing at that point, really.
Well, let's come on to that, Mr. Cain, because, of course, that message was sent on the 3rd of March, and that was the same day, in fact, as the COVID action plan that you've already mentioned was published. You refer to this at paragraph 30 of your statement on page 7. I think it's fair to say you're quite dismissive of this plan in your statement, Mr. Cain. You refer to it, we can see about 4 or 5 lines down, as a swiftly prepared document published to provide some context to the options we had and the thinking behind our COVID response. But then a few lines further down, you said many in government, including senior officials and politicians, repeatedly referred to the action plan as the actual government plan to manage the pandemic. This was surprising, as the document had little detail and was clearly only useful as a communications device. Now, you, of course, were the Director of Communications. At the time, in early March 2020, did you see it as just a piece of PR, or did you think that it was actually the plan?
I mean, anyone who reads the document, will will see that it's not a plan to deal with COVID. If it is a very thin overview of how we may manage the virus if it progresses. I mean, the first element of it was contain, and even by that point, I think contain was really off the table. So it just felt a strange document for people to be referring to as an actual government plan at that particular time. And I think that was an area when, quite a few people in Number 10 were starting to get concerned, because if this is the plan, then we clearly don't have a plan.
Did you take a part in drafting that plan or the document?
I'm sure I would have been involved in discussions with it. I can't quite remember the depth of my involvement.
Did you have the concerns that you're expressing now at that time?
I think I had concerns that we didn't have. I mean, the document itself was not that wasn't the issue. The document itself is fine. The purpose for the document was a concern, and I think that's when there was challenge made of, okay, well, what is our actual plan at this point?
We can see the last sentence of that paragraph there. You say, the fact that many senior figures kept referring to the document as, quote, the plan, this document that you've described as being very thin, shows that in reality the government had no plan to deal with the pandemic. Is that something that you felt at the time?
Yes, it was. I mean, there was I say we talk about flattening the curve, and there was a strategy, but there wasn't a plan, which I think is the detail of how you're going to do these things was somewhat absent.
Did you raise concerns about it then?
I honestly can't remember the details of the concerns I raised at that point. I think I would have spoke to people about because I think the challenge for us is we were getting information from the media. It'd be like, okay, what are the fundamental details around that? And I remember at the time we were not able to provide a lot of that, colour and detail underneath it. So I'd have raised that from a media perspective, but I wouldn't have been challenging the sort of scientific assumptions. No.
It was at around this time, and we may hear more detail later today, that Dominic Cummings was demanding to see the plans, calling particularly for the Department of Health to provide these pandemic plans that everyone had spoken so much of. Were you aware that he was making those inquiries, requests, demands? Yes,
I was. I think at that particular time there was probably only Dominic who was really forcefully being agitated and sort of kicking the tires quite robustly. I don't think he got a great deal of information back, if I recall.
Now we know that the week that followed the publication of the action plan, the week starting on Monday the 9th of March, leading up to the 13th, was an action-packed week. There were at least 2 COBRA meetings, and we'll come on to mention the discussions at the end of that week and the weekend that followed. But first I'd like to go back to the earlier 48313 document, please, and look at page 22. Yes. Thank you. So this is a text or a WhatsApp sent by Dominic Cummings to Boris Johnson on the 12th of March, so the Thursday of that week, where he says, "We've got big problems coming. Cabinet office is terrifyingly shit. No plans, totally behind the pace. Me and Warners and Lee Slacky are having to drive and direct." I take it that the Lee there is a reference to you.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think you received that WhatsApp, but do you remember during that week being one of those group of political advisors who were somehow having to drive and direct the government machine? Is that something you would normally expect to have to do?
I think that the communication side drove a huge amount of the government machine during my entire time. Often, actually, in terms of looking at areas of policy, it's often comms colleagues that can find the holes and see where the problems are, because you get an understanding of where journalists will look and where things might unravel. So you're often kicking the tyres. I felt in COVID more than anything, actually, there were periods when a lot of the policy was having to be drafted by, or certainly shaped by, communications professionals, because there wasn't really anybody else doing it to any great level, which was a surprising thing to have to be dealing with from my side.
I want to press you a little bit, Mr. Cain, about whether the extent to which you endorse what Mr. Cummings was saying here. He's clearly saying, isn't he, that the reason that you and others are driving and directing is because those who should be doing it, that is the Cabinet Office, are not. I mean, to use his words, they are terrifyingly shit. Do you agree with that?
I might not quite use the same language, but, generally, yes.
Can you give us a bit more detail then? I mean, who was it? Were individuals or sections within the Cabinet Office that were failing at that crucial moment?
I think the point really was nobody quite knew. Who was the point person? Who was in charge? Who should be driving this machine? Who is meant to be in charge of coordinating of all the policy? If you ask me now, who was supposed to be doing that in those early weeks and months, I couldn't tell you. There was nobody holding their hands up, taking responsibility. It would move around, and it fundamentally, like all problems, comes into number 10 and a small group of people who have to make the best of things.
Well, just finally on this, presumably the Cabinet Secretary would usually be someone who would take a lead in responding to a developing crisis. Mr. Cummings makes no bones about his views about Mark Sedwell's conduct at this stage. He says he's out to lunch, he hasn't a Scooby what's going on, and his own officials know that. What do you say to that?
I was had a good relationship with Lord Sedwell. I think he's a incredibly talented official. I wouldn't have known where the responsibility came for who should be doing X in the Cabinet Office. I would be looking probably a lower level, DG level, maybe for someone to lead that. So, I couldn't really comment on that.
But overall, is this fair? You may not use those words. You perhaps didn't have as much to do with Lord Sedwell as he is now as Dominic Cummings, but the general theme of lack of leadership, chaos, if you like, is one that you agree with?
Yes.
Let's move on. I want to ask you about the discussions around the first lockdown decision. And if we can start by going to page 8 of your witness statement. We see there the heading, amended strategy, nationwide lockdown. That's the description, isn't it, of the change from the mitigation strategy to the lockdown suppression strategy that we've heard a great deal about in the last few weeks. And we've also heard from other witnesses, and we will hear from others, about that series of meetings that took place on Friday, the 13th, and then into the weekend, where that decision crystallised. Is that fair?
Yes.
I just want to ask you really about two issues relating to that sequence of events. And the first, if we look at paragraph 33, you describe there as part of the reason for this change of tack what you describe as new modelling overseen by Mark and Ben Warner showed that unless the government urgently changed course, the NHS would be overwhelmed within weeks. If we just zoom out, again, we can see you make a similar point again at paragraph 34B. We don't need to go to it, but you refer to the new modelling, which I take it you mean the modelling you describe in paragraph 33. Was your impression then that at around this time, towards the end of that week, something had changed in the modelling or the numbers, which was telling you something about the threat to the NHS which hadn't been known before?
So I think it was our assumptions at this particular time and what we'd been told in the weeks prior that a suppression strategy wouldn't work. People could only sort of undergo sort of 12 weeks of this kind of, hard measures. So I think it's important to understand this. So suppression wouldn't work, and if we did suppress, as soon as we unlocked, we would then see a second spike, NHS overwhelmed. So I think it's important initially to say that the reason we didn't even consider or discuss a suppression strategy at that point is because the information was it wouldn't work. Now, at this point, we're obviously on the mitigation sort of strategy, which the core of that was along, the flatten the sombrero, wherever we were.
Squash the sombrero.
Yeah, that's the one. Which was a long, sort of elongated sort of peak that would stay underneath the capacity levels for the NHS and ensure that, when we did alleviate those measures, there would be a certain amount of herd immunity within the system. Important to reinforce that herd immunity wasn't a goal. We were told that herd immunity was an inevitability. Therefore, but how would we manage that? So that was the plan. I think what this, new modelling, I was first aware of. Mr. Cummings grabbed me on the Friday and said that I wasn't in the actual core meeting. I think that happened that day, dealing with something else. He grabbed me and said, Ben and Mark had gone off and crunched the numbers, and whether it's new modelling, whether it's they look through, and actually our current plan means that we're going to not just go through the NHS capacity level, we're going to absolutely smash through the NHS capacity level, and we're going to be looking at thousands of additional beds that we don't have, and ventilators and all these other things. So tens of thousands of people are going to die on this particular plan, and the NHS is going to be totally overwhelmed, and it's going to be worse than the scenes that people have seen in Lombardy and elsewhere. So at that point, the only course was an urgent change of plan. So on the Saturday, it was, he said to me, we're going to speak to the Prime Minister with a very select core team, talking through the issues of the three scenarios I've seen.
And so on. I'm going to come to that meeting in a moment, but I just want to come back, if I may, to this point about the NHS being overwhelmed. And I think you've explained it very well, which is that you had previously understood that the mitigation strategy, as well as being one that was necessary because suppression wouldn't work, as you've said, but the mitigation strategy could be achieved without overwhelming the NHS, and that this was something new that you were being told in these few days.
Yes.
That actually that's not right, that the NHS is going to be overwhelmed. Is that fair?
Correct. And I think the lack of data we had at that point is absolutely staggering in terms of, very early on, there was no dashboard, there was no live information flow, no understanding of, we would basically have a meeting where Dominic would ask certain people like Simon Stevens on, how much bed capacity there was, and it'd be jotted down on a whiteboard. There was no use of serious technology and data to try and get a live sort of minute-by-minute update. So we were very much behind the curve on all those sorts of areas.
Just sticking with this point about the NHS and Mr. Cain, because the evidence the inquiry has heard is that other people, in particular, for example, on SAGE, the scientists there, it had been apparent to them for some time. For example, Professor Medley said that, in his words, throughout February, it became increasingly clear that NHS capacity in the UK would be overwhelmed, and that's under the mitigation strategy. And others gave evidence to a similar effect. But if that is what they were thinking, and they tell us it was, it seems that wasn't a message that was getting through to you at the heart of Downing Street.
No. I mean, obviously, SAGE is a very broad church, and with a lot of different views and a different counterpoints, and we would rely a great deal on Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance to which I think both did an exceptionally good job of broadly giving a sort of coalesced view of that broad church. So we would often, take the steers from them, which I think was the right approach.
Short point. 13th of March, or thereabouts, the warners say, look, under mitigation, the NHS is going to be overwhelmed. That was news to you. That's not something you had heard
news
before.
To me at that point.
The second point I want to take you to, that takes us back to the meeting on Saturday, the 14th, which you referred to a moment ago. I think there was a late night discussion between advisors on the Friday and then a meeting with the Prime Minister and others. I think probably more than one meeting the next day on the Saturday.
Yes.
And if we can look, please, at paragraph 35, it's on the screen. You refer to that meeting. We've heard from others about it, and we'll hear from more people still. But if we look 5 or 6 lines down, you say there, the collective agreement in the room was that a full lockdown was the only strategy which could suppress the spread of COVID-19, save the NHS from collapse, and ultimately buy the government more time. Flattening the curve could only really work as an interim measure until full lockdown could be achieved. So is it fair to say, Mr. Cain, that there wasn't a sort of a decision made at that meeting to impose a lockdown, but as you put it, there was a collective agreement that really that was inevitable?
Yes.
And as we know, that lockdown was indeed announced, but not for over a week. It was on Monday the 23rd, so 10 days later that it was in fact announced. Looking back, was that a longer period than you would have anticipated as of the Saturday, the 14th of March?
Yes, but I think you also have to consider it's quite a big undertaking to lock down the entire country. There needs to be provisions. There's got to be guidance drafted. There has to be legislation penned. You have to be able to take people with you. The cabinet have to have agreements. So there's an awful lot that does have to happen in that space. All the communications we had to plan. So while it was longer than we would like, I think there is a justifiable reason as to why it has taken that time.
There's a lot to do, and I'm going to bring you to these points in a moment. You've described many of the things that had to be considered, and the wheels of government perhaps don't necessarily turn as fast as you would like. But also it's important to say that this was a very grave decision to take, and so the damaging effects of lockdown had to be considered as well. Is that fair? Let's look, please, at paragraph 40 of your statement on page 10. You do say in the first sentence there, the implementation of the policy, and that's the lockdown policy, isn't it?
Yes.
The implementation of the policy was delayed. And then you go on in the rest of that paragraph to make very much the point you've already made about the wheels of government turning and all the things that had to be put in place to achieve that decision. I want to ask you about what is perhaps another theme, though, of your statement, which is that another cause of that delay, if we want to call it that, was indecision on the part of the Prime Minister. And if we go to paragraph 42, please, so it's, we already have it. You say another challenge was that the Prime Minister would occasionally oscillate between lockdown and other potential policy options, a recurring theme during the critical decision points of COVID, and to some degree understandable given the gravity of the decisions. You say he worried about the impact on the economy. We've already seen that. And then you say this in the next paragraph: the system works at its best when there's a clear direction from number 10 and the Prime Minister. These moments of indecision significantly impacted the pace and clarity of decision making across government. What were the Prime Minister's concerns around this time, Mr. Cain?
I think they were similar to the ones we've raised earlier on, is the government overreacting and will the cure be worse than the disease? I would say that it's pretty easy for advisors like myself to say Prime Minister should have done X, Prime Minister should have done Y. I do think that this was probably one of the biggest peacetime decisions in recent years that Prime Minister's had to undertake, and it clearly weighed incredibly heavy on him. And I think it's him and him alone who has to take that decision. So it is understandable that he wrestled with it. I think so. I have few real concerns over this period of time. I think, well, I'm sure we'll come later to the summer and the second lockdown, where I think it's slightly more difficult to defend.
Well, it's of course right that such a profound decision as locking down, with all of the damaging consequences that would follow, has to be carefully thought through. But it's right also, isn't it, that if one adds to that factor, what your word, oscillation, a degree of inability to take a decision, that can be a damaging thing, can't it?
Yes, I mean, decisions can sometimes be worse than the wrong decision in certain circumstances, and I think indecision probably was a theme of COVID that people did struggle with inside number 10.
I'd like to ask you about a WhatsApp exchange between you and Lee Cain that took place during this period, the week between Friday the 13th and...
Sorry, between myself and...
Dominic Cummings. So it's 267920, please.
Whilst Mr O'Connor's getting that document up, Mr Cain, do I understand from what you said earlier that you would defend the 10-day gap between the decision taken that there had to be a national lockdown and actually implementing that decision? Because I find that curious.
As I said, I think it is longer than you would like, but I think it's important just to emphasise the amount of things that had to be done and the amount of people we had to take with us to deliver a nationwide lockdown. It's a huge undertaking, and to be honest, my understanding of government, that is government moving at a tremendous speed, which maybe says more about government than other things, but the machinery did feel like it moved quick for the machinery, but it's long. It's definitely longer than you would hope.
Thank you. Let's look here, Mr. Cain. Let's not worry about the very top message, but second one down, there is a series of 4 messages from Dominic Cummings to you, and I think it's apparent that Mr. Cummings is in a meeting with Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, and he says, first of all, get in here, he's melting down. Before I go on, let's just note the date. So it's the 19th of March. So the Thursday of the week after that Saturday meeting that we were just discussing. Then he says, Rishi saying bond markets may not fund our debt, etc. He's back to Jaws mode wank. What does he mean by that?
The PM at the time would refer to the mayor of Jaws from the film, who wanted to keep the beaches open. I think he had a routine from previous in his career where he would use that as a joke from one of his sort of after dinner speeches. But he sort of said, there's more harm coming. The mayor was right all along to keep the beaches open, because it would have been a long-term harm to the community. So it's a sort of reference to that.
And then Mr. Cummings says, I've literally said same thing 10 fucking times. He still won't absorb it. I'm exhausted just talking to him and stopping the trolley. I've had to sit here for 2 hours just to stop him saying stupid shit. And you say, I'm exhausted with him. There's then a gap for an hour, and it may be that there was then a press conference, because you then forward a tweet about someone who perhaps was watching that press conference, saying that they were confused by what Boris Johnson has said at it. And you say, as your message, no words. And then Mr. Cummings says, what did I say? It's only a matter of time before his babbling exposes the fact he doesn't know what to say. Now, the first thing to ask you, Mr. Cain, I think it's apparent from what you've already said that Dominic Cummings was someone you'd worked with for some time. You clearly had a close relationship with him. Was this just chatter? Was this just banter, if you like? Were you just agreeing with him because he was your friend? Or did you actually mean that you were exhausted with the Prime Minister and that you were despairing, if you like, of what he was doing and saying?
I think anyone that's worked with the Prime Minister for a period of time will become exhausted with him sometimes. He can be quite a challenging character to work with, just because he will oscillate, he will take a decision from the last person in the room. I think that's pretty well documented in terms of his style of operating, and it is rather exhausting from time to time.
You made the point in your statement, and you've made it again today, Mr. Cain, that if one is in the position of the Prime Minister and considering such a profound decision as ordering a lockdown, it's perfectly appropriate to weigh that decision carefully and to think about all of the negative consequences that will follow. But that's not what you're describing here. What we're seeing here in that critical period is someone who simply can't make up their mind and with whom two of his closest advisors are exhausted.
I mean, I think that's correct. I think there is a difference between weighing up the evidence and looking for challenge on policy issues and being sure that we are making the right decision. I think issues like if I remember correctly, the tweet there from Steve Swinford was regarding the press conference where I think he announced that we were going to turn the tide within 12 weeks, which we were frustrated by, because I think the whole point of the suppression strategy, Chris and Patrick would be very clear that the suppression strategy would be a long-term endeavour. We were looking at, probably a year where we were going to have to do pretty hard measures, alleviate them a little bit, go back into hard measures again to keep control of the virus until, we were in a situation where a vaccine or another method came online, testing, that would allow us a route out. But we all knew it was a long-term challenge. And I think from a communications point of view, the Prime Minister indicating that we basically could be finished with COVID in 12 weeks was unhelpful, because it set a very unrealistic sort of expectation of where the nation needed to be, because it's all about compliance at this point and being honest and transparent with the public about what to expect and how to expect it.
Mr. Cain, you say it was unhelpful. One might think that was quite a well-chosen word from the communications world. Mr. Cummings is clearly expressing the view to you at the time, in the context of that he doesn't think the Prime Minister is up to the job. Did you agree with that?
I think at that point, and that's quite a strong thing to say, I think what will probably be clear in COVID, it was the wrong crisis for this Prime Minister's skill set, which is different, I think, from not potentially being up to the job of being Prime Minister.
What do you mean by the wrong crisis for this Prime Minister's skill set, Mr. Cain?
Could we use just straightforward English, Mr. Cain, please?
So I think he's somebody who would often delay making decisions, would often seek counsel from multiple sources and change his mind on issues. Sometimes in politics that can be a great strength. I think if you look at how he navigated Brexit, he allowed others to make decisions and jumped in the last minute, can take political advantage. I think if you look at something like COVID, you need quick decisions and you need people to hold the course and have that strength of mind to do that over a sustained period of time and not constantly unpick things, because that's where the problems lie. So I felt it was the wrong challenge for him mostly.
Right. Let me move on, Mr. Cain. I want to ask you a few questions about various communications strategies during the pandemic.
Just before you do, Mr. O'Connor, I'm just trying to work the meeting on the 14th of March. Everybody at the meeting and the Prime Minister at the time was there. So Boris Johnson was there.
The Saturday meeting, I think, was quite in a team. So I can't remember if CMO and CSA were there, but it was more the private office, political advisors. The following day was a wider cast list, if I recall, for a subsequent meeting on it.
But it was agreed that we'd have to go into national lockdown.
Broadly, I mean, it was agreed that we needed to suppress, and we need to suppress urgently, and then it was a case of how we do that, yes.
So what I want to know is, did the message then go out to all government departments? Basically, we're in war mode. You're going to have to start working out how we're going to cope with the national lockdown, how we get it into place. Was that the message that went out, or was there still oscillation in the days that followed as to whether we were going into a national lockdown? Had the decision been taken that weekend or not?
The decision can only be taken by Cabinet. So I think it had to go through Cabinet processes before that could move forwards. But I still think there was a certain degree of uncertainty of exactly what it would look like.
Presumably a Cabinet meeting could be called very quickly in times of emergency?
Yeah, I think it could, yes.
Was it?
I can't remember when. I think it was in days, but I can't remember how quickly.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. O'Connor.
No. As I say, Ms. Cain, I want to move on and ask you about some of the communications exercises during the pandemic. And I think if we can turn, please, to page 22 of your statement. You describe there, you talk about the Stay at Home, Protect the NHS, Save Live campaign, which I'm sure probably everyone in this room will remember. If we look at paragraph 98 of your statement, you refer to that campaign having been conceived by what you describe as a small group of political advisors, including you, and some one or two people from a digital creative agency, who between you put that campaign together. And then at the next paragraph, paragraph 99, you refer to the fact that it has been it was well regarded at the time, and people have praised that campaign subsequently. I mean, do you personally hold the view that that was a successful and effective campaign?
Yes, I think the only critique we got that it was too successful, which, and subsequently, people, some behaviours were hard to remove people out of. But I would push back on that really and say it did what we needed it to do.
I want to ask you a little bit about the middle section of that of the campaign slogan, the Protect the NHS. We know, of course, we were discussing it a few minutes ago, that the need to stop the NHS being overwhelmed was one of the triggers for the lockdown. But it's also right, isn't it, that even at that very early stage of the pandemic, it was known that certain groups within society, elderly people, the disabled, people in care homes and so on, were at a heightened risk from COVID. Wouldn't it have been better to, instead of saying protect the NHS, come up with some language to encourage people to protect those people who were at the greatest risk from COVID?
No, I think in all due respect, I don't think so. I think this was about ensuring we had maximum compliance. It was about ensuring that we were stopping the spread of the virus. That is the best way to protect everybody. The NHS has a very sort of special place and significance in in British culture. It's very powerful, and I think the slogans it stands. As I say, we had to be looking at numbers of 94% of the public understood it and taking part, and the compliance rates show that it was very successful. As with anything, there's always things you can do better, but I think as a campaign, as a call to action, delivering what we needed to do, I genuinely don't think it could have been much better.
Given that you decided to use the reference to the NHS in the slogan, did you consult with the leadership of the NHS about how they should be referred to and the fact they were going to be included in this slogan?
I didn't directly have conversations with leaders of the NHS. The government machine will obviously keep everybody informed as to what the plans are and what we are communicating. That it will always go through, and no concerns were raised to me at any time.
are you aware that subsequently, and I think during the pandemic, the NHS leadership did criticise this campaign, in particular because the concept of protecting the NHS created a risk that people would delay seeking medical treatment that they needed for other urgent non-COVID related health problems such as sort of heart problems or cancer or those sorts of matters. Did you know that that was a concern that the NHS had? And frankly, I think that their view was that they weren't consulted, using that term.
Only after I'd left government, I think that had been brought to my attention. I would strongly stand by the campaign. I think our overarching goal was to protect and save as many lives as possible. And we believed that this was messaging in a campaign that did that. I think if we look at why people weren't going to hospital at the time, it's because they were looking at what the scenes were in Lombardy and elsewhere and were frightened. I think there's a false perception that the messaging caused fears in people, but if you actually look at the metrics of where fear spikes when the virus spikes. People are very rational. They can see when they're most at risk, and they look to protect themselves in very sensible ways.
Mr. Cain, one of the reasons people weren't going to hospitals is because your campaign was telling them to not to use the NHS at that time because it was needed for the COVID pandemic. Isn't that right?
No, and I don't think that is what the campaign is telling people to do. And I think we were clear throughout COVID in interviews and other forms of messaging that obviously people with serious health concerns should seek help and go to to whether it's emergency care, wherever it is, as they would previously do so. What we were highlighting that there was a broader need for people to break contact. That was in order to provide care for those who needed it, and that would fundamentally save lives. And I'm very proud of what the team achieved during that period.
We have evidence that in fact the NHS were so concerned about the impact of this messaging that they had to develop their own communications campaign, as it were, encouraging people themselves to come back to hospitals with non-COVID related issues. Were you aware of that? It was called the Help Us, Help You campaign.
So we would have regular meetings with senior communicators from NHS England and from Department of Health. Never was this issue raised at any time with myself directly, and we say we would have these calls every week, if not multiple times a week. And I would also say that it's of course right and rational that the NHS should look to do sort of micro-targeted campaigns to those who may be at greater risk. That's of course very wise, but our approach, in number 10, is to try and have the maximum benefit as possible and save as many lives as possible. So, if you're looking to move into more nuanced spaces, it obviously breaks down the overarching message, and you could have wide and negative contexts of, if we had lower compliance, the negative outcomes overall would be worse. So it's sometimes, not making the perfect the enemy of the good.
I'm going to move on just to a related subject, Mr. Cain. We have heard evidence about the SPI-B committee. We heard evidence from Professor Rubin, who was one of the co-chairs of that committee. And we've also seen their terms of reference when they were set up by SAGE, which emphasised the importance of public messaging, and one of, if not the most important part of their role, was to provide the government with behavioural science advice, including in relating to public messaging. To what extent did you, as the Director of Communications during this period, utilise the expertise of SPI-B when formulating government messaging?
I think the broad view was slightly questionable of some of the insights of SPI-B, so I didn't have a huge amount of dealings with them at that particular point, and the sort of dealings I did, I didn't find particularly helpful. We had a fast research loop that we would do via focus groups, via polling, things that we'd seen, we'd used pretty readily in political campaigning that was incredibly effective. Often they would be slightly different places to where Spy B were, and I would trust the judgment of the campaigners and the messaging people we used, which was some of the best in the world, if not in Western Europe, in terms of building the sort of messaging that we needed.
I mean, the evidence that the inquiry has received from Professor Yardley was that Spy B was not consulted about the Stay Home, Protect the NHS, Save Lives campaign, nor about its successor, Stay Alert, Control the Virus, Save Lives, nor about Eat Out to Help Out, nor about the Freedom Day slogan. So is it in fact the case that you simply didn't take their advice on any of these major campaigns during the pandemic?
I think some of those slogans were ones that I myself didn't agree with and weren't particularly consulted on. So it's slightly different. But I think on the main government messaging, we, as I say, I've seen the critiques of the stay home messaging, the critiques that we shouldn't use, some of the fear messaging, and they were at odds with the feedback we were getting from our own research, which I think the evidence of compliance and the things would suggest were correct.
Mr. Cain, one of the functions of this inquiry is to think about future pandemics. We know that Spy B or a similar committee had existed in I think it was the 2009 swine flu epidemic. SAGE thought it was a useful body to reconstitute in 2020, as I've said, with messaging being one of its most important focuses. I mean, is your evidence to the inquiry that when the next pandemic takes place, we shouldn't bother with seeking advice from behavioural scientists at least about public communications and messaging? We should just rely on focus groups and experts in the communications field?
I think that we should seek advice wherever we can get it, but I think we should also say that the behavioural science isn't always correct. I think there's different kind of messaging challenges. I think I spoke regularly with Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance throughout this period. I would inform them about a lot of the communications. They would provide feedback. At no point did they say we should be taking on board some of the Spy B advice that was provided. And as I say, the things that I did see, I disagreed with. Now, if I got those things wrong, then that's my responsibility. But I fundamentally believe the messaging and the communications that we had were the right ones. I think the team who were part of those did an exceptionally good job. And I think there is government has some absolutely incredibly talented communicators that I was proud to work alongside.
It's still quite a striking thing, though, Mr. Cain. You, as Director of Communications, had at your disposal a committee of scientists, of behavioural scientists, set up to assist with messaging. And I think the evidence you're giving is not that you engaged with them and had discussions with them and in the end perhaps disagreed with them, but that you just cut them out of the loop.
I think it's wrong to say we cut them out. That they, I basically didn't have the discussions with them. Nobody approached me with advice or feedback. The feedback you're saying, nobody came to me with that feedback at the time. I was hosting, numerous messages, and the evidence that was presented to me, which was normally via email form or so through, was at odds with the research that we were doing. And I think I would say to look at the outcomes, to look at the compliance, look at the evidence of the strength of the campaigns, and I would stand by those campaigns being incredibly effective. As I say, the Stay Home campaign, was seen as one of the most powerful public health campaigns in modern memory, with 94% of people understanding and complying with the messages that it sent. And that framework it gave us, I think, went a long way to saving a significant number of lives, and I'm very proud to have been part of it.
Mr. Cain, I'm going to move on. So just a couple more issues around communications. Firstly, I want to ask you about the extent to which you considered communications across the UK as opposed to England. Of course, we're focusing on 2020 and the messaging during the pandemic. Did you regard it as your role to be thinking about communications across the UK or communications in England? Or did you not really think about the difference between those two things?
I think you would broadly look at, across the UK, and, that's where I think part of the work with Alex Aitken, who focused a lot more on the paid advertising, for example, where I think that your paid media is slightly different from your earned media. The earned media we would focus predominantly more on the Prime Minister and England, where the paid media would be more of a UK-wide approach, which Alex would lead and push through. The challenge is, I assume you're moving to actually become more about politics than communications quite often. And I think that's where the challenges in this space really came.
Well, let's look at a document, Mr. Cain. It's 214168, please. I know you're familiar with this document. The context is it not, that as the first lockdown was being eased, at least in England, and the stay-at-home message that we were just discussing was being replaced in England by the stay alert message, there was pushback, at least from Scotland and Nicola Sturgeon's government, to say they didn't want that message to be used in Scotland because it didn't, in fact, reflect their public health decisions that they were taking in Scotland. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
And what we see here is an email responding, if you like, internally. So it's from Alex Aitken, who you've mentioned, to Martin Reynolds, but we can see you're copied in on the response just above it. Describing this problem, and if we cut down to the headline, which is a point 9 in bold, recommendation, brackets for ourselves, despite the objections from Scotland, run the campaign nationwide and work with the devolved administrations to deliver the most effective campaign and deconflict if necessary. Was that what you understood?
Yes.
The policy to be?
Well, so there's different things. We're talking about the messaging and the policy. This is fundamentally a question of politics and policy, in the sense of the devolved governments have been clear that they want harder measures for a longer period of time, while the PM wants to lift measures and move into a slightly different stage. That is a very difficult conflict, I think, for communicators generally when there's divergence in policy direction. That does make life more difficult, but the crux of it was about politics and about policy.
It's not that difficult, is it? I mean, surely the answer is, if the Scottish government, for example, wants to run one type of message and the English or the UK government wants to run a different message in England, then you simply don't buy the advertising space in Scottish newspapers. And if Mr. Johnson is giving a press conference that's going to be broadcast throughout the UK, he makes it clear that the message is only one for England. I mean, is that difficult?
I agree, and I think that sort of moves broadly into where we ended up with sort of regional spaces. But I think in terms of the PM at the time was concerned about the politics as well of the issue, with a lot of pressure coming from the media at that point that the measures were too hard and they should be alleviated. And I think this was the starting point of some of that conversation. But Alex would have led on the paid campaign work in this sort of space, as you can see from the email.
The appearance from point 9 there, Mr. Cain, and you were, as you've said, involved in the politics as well as the communications. The appearance is that the Scottish Government's objections were going to be ignored and that the campaign was simply going to be run and that they would try and smooth around the edges after it had been run, which would seem to be disregarding the views of the Scottish Government in a sphere that they had responsibility for?
Well, that's Alex's advice on the piece.
Is it advice you agreed with?
To be honest, I can't remember what position I took on that at the time.
Let me move on, Mr. Cain. Back to your statement, please. Paragraph 78 on page 18. You refer here to the press conferences with the Prime Minister, and as we will all remember, a sort of varied cast of people who appeared on those press conferences, which at least for a time were daily events. And you are here. I think there's a wrong word there. The popularity and impact of the press conferences should not be underestimated, I think you mean. You're saying that they were very important events in the communications cycle. Is that fair?
Correct.
We've been told, Mr. Cain, by Anne Longfield, who was the Children's Commissioner of England at the time, that she, her words, constantly asked the PM and others to have some form of briefing or press conference, especially for children. It was something, she says, that they had done in many countries, and her view was that it was very important for children to know that politicians were thinking of them. Were you aware of that lobbying that she was doing? And do you know why a special children's press conference or briefing was never held?
I was not aware. I think it's a good idea. It's probably something we should have done. I think there are many things we probably should have done, but in the heat of everything, there are, will always be gaps. But I think it's a good idea.
If she's right that she was constantly talking to the Prime Minister about it, isn't it something he might have mentioned to you?
I don't recall him mentioning it to me.
Lady, I'm about to move on to another topic. I wonder if this is a good moment to take a...
Yes, of course. I hope you're warned, Mr. Cain, that we take a break every so often for everybody's sake. I shall return at past.
All rise.
Mr O'Connor.
Lady. Mr Cain, one more question, if I may, on communications before I move on. The stay-at-home campaign that we were discussing before the break created, did it not, an obvious problem or a risk in the field of domestic abuse, in the sense that those who were victims of domestic abuse and who, for obvious reasons, would not want to stay at home, would feel that they were being instructed nonetheless to stay in an environment where they were suffering abuse. Were you aware during the pandemic of suggestions that not enough was done by the government to speak to those victims and to make it clear that they were not expected to stay at home if they were suffering abuse?
I think if I recall, there were questions raised by members of the media, and I think we tried to do a lot of these sort of micro-targeting of messages in the daily press conferences. It was a time where the media would come and their questions, and then we could talk directly to people in huge numbers in their own homes about specific issues, and that is broadly, I think, how we used to tackle a lot of those things. There would also be individual departments that would lead on those issues that, again, as we saw earlier on with the Department of Health, that would target certain groups and certain sectors. They wouldn't necessarily come to my desk on sort of those sort of scale communication issues. They'd often be held departmentally, or we'd deal with them, say, by the press conferences.
You mentioned press conferences, and I think one of the concerns at the time was that although Priti Patel, Home Secretary, was vocal about this issue, it was something that the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, either didn't mention at all or certainly didn't mention enough during his press conferences when he had the opportunity to send that message.
I think it would be unfair to criticise the PM on that particular issue. I mean, it would depend on if he'd been briefed, if there was something particularly we were trying to get across. There's obviously a lot of other issues at all similar times, and again, we'd expect it to be a more of a department-led issue. I think, Priti Patel did press conferences from time to time herself, and again, Chris and Patrick would also reinforce some of those messages at different times, as well as the, micro-targeting.
Looking back on it now, do you think more should have been said about this issue during the pandemic?
I think there's a range of issues that we could have gone into more detail and tried to be more targeted, but I think we did genuinely the best we could with a lot of those issues in hand, because there was a huge amount to communicate to so many groups. It was a challenge to get your arms around it all from number 10.
All right. I'm going to move on, Mr. Cain, although not too far in terms of themes, to talk about some of the parts of your statement where you refer to a lack of diversity amongst core decision makers and some of the consequences of that. So if we can go, please, to page 28 of your statement, at the very top. So it's 121D, the top paragraph. You refer there to your own initiative in pushing for the bubbles policy for families, to accommodate, if you like, families that had split and how they would deal with lockdown. And towards the end of that paragraph, you say that one of the challenges you face when you work on policy is the dynamic of the room, which in this case was white and middle-aged. They were doing their best, but without diversity, some policy decisions slipped through the cracks. And do we take it that this particular one about split families was an issue that you felt was at least in danger of slipping through the cracks?
Yes, correct.
Let's go back, please, to the page before, because you refer there to another policy, or issue, the free school meals issue, at the bottom. And if we pick it up, the third line down, you say, you remember asking in the cabinet room of 20 people how many people had received free school meals. Nobody had, resulting in a policy and political blind spot. And you describe the government's resistance to Marcus Rashford's campaign as a huge blunder. Can you expand on that?
So I think, firstly, on the diversity point, I think, it's quite clear that there were challenges of gender diversity, socioeconomic diversity and ethnic minority diversity at the very top of the PM's top team. And I think, as I say, this does have a challenge because people have their own lens through which they view problems through no fault of their own. It's just, a worldview or experiences that they've lived. But I think with the Marcus Rashford, it's a fantastic campaign. It was one that was obviously gaining huge amount of media attention. But there was a view from the PM at the time that we were spending huge sums of money, and we needed to have a bit more restraint on public finances. Now, this was of course, it's sensible of him to start looking at public finances and look at where we could, develop slightly more rigid structures. But I said to him at the time, I don't think hungry children is the place to start, just from a, moral or political standpoint. It was the wrong decision. But I just think there was a lack of understanding of what families were potentially going through at that time, because, and this is solely just because I think people don't really have never lived it. They don't appreciate it. They may not appreciate those challenges. So I think this was just one example of of many where if you had more diversity in the room, and again, it's a range of diversity, I think it would improve decision making and improve policy making.
Can we look at a document on screen, please? 273901, page 164. I know you've seen a copy of this, Mr. Cain. This is a transcript of one of the notes that Patrick Vallance made during the pandemic. We can see it was in September 2020, and it relates to another issue that perhaps is in a similar category. It's the issue of providing funding, financial support to those who are on low wages in order to make it financially viable for them to isolate. And we can see Patrick Vallance's record is CX, that means Chancellor, doesn't it?
Yes.
Chancellor blocking all notion of paying to get people to isolate, despite all the evidence that this will be needed. Let me ask you two questions in all. One is, were you aware of this resistance, perhaps a bit like the free school meals issue, to providing this funding? And secondly, is it, in your view, a similar point where an issue fell through the cracks because of a lack of diversity in the room?
I think it's difficult without knowing the full context of this, because it's not something I can fully remember from the time to look at, the reasons why the Chancellor may be blocking it could well be very valid on asking for more, evidence and data, to the costings and all of the such things you would expect from the Chancellor. The Chancellor, who I think we should also reflect, did bring in a furlough scheme that was, incredibly generous and, did provide, I think, for an awful lot of people. And of all the policies that we did at that time, the feedback I got from anyone else was of furlough and what a huge success that was. But on this particular issue, I don't remember in isolation.
Okay. Let me move on then. In fact, sticking with this time period, if we can look at the bottom of page 25 of your statement, please. We see the title, Coming Out of Lockdown, and so we're in the summer of 2020. And it's a paragraph 116. You describe a tension between some advisors, officials and ministers who wanted to take a slow, cautious approach, and others who wanted to unlock much more quickly and get back to how life had been before the pandemic had started. And this is a theme in this part of your statement, how those tensions worked out. In the following paragraphs, I won't take you to them, but you describe, is this right, that the more aggressive approach of unlocking quickly was one that was favoured by the right wing of the Conservative Party, and also in the printed media. The Telegraph is an example you give. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also say that your own research showed that the general public mood was actually more towards the cautious end of the spectrum, the opposite to the view held by, on your understanding, the Conservative Party. And this was all fed into that tension that you describe at the bottom of that page that we're looking at. Is that fair?
Yes.
And was this one of the factors which underpinned the Prime Minister's indecision later in 2020, September, October time, about whether or not to have a circuit break lockdown?
Yes, it was. I think the Prime Minister was torn in this issue. I think if he would have been in his previous role as a journalist, he would probably have been writing articles saying we should open up the beaches and, how we should, get ahead with getting back. And I think he felt torn where the evidence on one side and public opinion and scientific evidence was very much caution, slow. We're almost certainly going to have to do another suppression measure, so we need to have that in mind, to media opinion and the bulk of a certain rump of the Tory party was pushing him hard in the direction. So I think that was probably part of the reason for the oscillation, because the rigid measures were very much against the sort of what's in his sort of political DNA, I guess.
In your statement, you refer to two schemes, two policies over the summer of that year, the back to work policy and the eat out to help out policy, which were both trying to send the, shall we say, business as normal message. You're very critical of both of those policies now. Were you critical of them at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and who you said it to?
So I think, I and particularly the other communicators as well would just find it very, very difficult, because a huge part of what our role and responsibility is at that point is what are we signalling to the public. There's a huge amount of focus that goes on, particularly in Westminster, which is, what is being said, as apart from, how things are being said, rather than, what it is you're trying to communicate. And at this point of developing policy, we are indicating to people that COVID's over, go back out, get back to work, crowd yourself onto trains, go into restaurants and enjoy pizzas with friends and family, really build up that social mixing. Now, that is fine if you are intent on never having to do suppression measures again. But from all of the evidence we're receiving, from all of the advice that we were receiving, it was incredibly clear we were certainly going to have to do suppression measures again. We knew that all the way through. That was the strategy from the start. So to then move forward and say, hey, we're going to get back into work when business wasn't even asking for business, for people to come back into work. In fact, they were encouraging their employees to stay at home still. We developed all of these tools for remote working, but it was government seemed to be on its own demanding people go to work when, the research we had was saying people, were still quite cautious. Business were feeding back they didn't want to do it. The scientific opinion was people didn't, that we were going to have another lockdown. So to me, it made absolutely no sense whatsoever why we were talking about getting everyone back to work, and that was the stories that ended up being on the front pages, which was a cause of great frustration.
We know that there were calls for a circuit breaker lockdown from September of that year. Were you a supporter of those calls at the time?
I was, yes.
We also know that that didn't happen, at least not in the first place, and that instead there were rules around tiering throughout the country and the rule of six and so on. Can we look, please, at 48313, page 54? This is an exchange between you, Simon Case, and Dominic Cummings, Mr. Cain. It's one the inquiry has seen before. It starts with Mr. Cummings talking about discussions with ministers being moronic. They don't understand what they're talking about. Mr. Case agrees, and you say this is embarrassing. Mr. Cummings says by the weekend he'll be saying 6 is untenable, the total disaster, we've got to get everyone back to work. Was that a reference, do you think, to the rule of 6, or it's not quite.
I think there was a discussion at the time we were going to do 2 households, a rule of 6. There was a sort of broad policy conversation, so I assume it's around those issues, yes.
Just reading down, we see references then to, in fact, Mr. Johnson did change his mind again rather sooner than perhaps had been anticipated. You say, what's his issue? Christmas cancelled stuff. Is this another emergence of the, I think your word was oscillation, but the indecision that we were discussing before the break?
Yes, and I think this point was what was probably these sort of months was when it was at its most pronounced, because he did not want to do any harder measures. He didn't want to go back into suppression, but I think most of the advisory team knew that was an inevitability. And I think the crucial thing was, I think you can forgive some of the errors in the first lockdown because things were moving at incredible speed. We were, the sort of building the train tracks as the train was moving in that first period, which meant it was, there was inevitably going to be mistakes. But I think we tried to learn as best we could. I think by the time we moved into this later period, I think the rump of number 10 felt that, okay, well, we've learned all these lessons from the first period of lockdown. Why are we now trying to ignore them again and repeat the exact same mistakes, which will be too slow to act, a denial of the measures that are going to be necessary to control the virus, moving too late, and allowing the R to get, out of control, too much virus, which means a longer lockdown in the end, more harmful to the economy, more harmful to health outcomes. So I think, as you see, there's a real frustration that we weren't just gripping things and putting in the lessons that we'd learned.
Frustrations which here you're sharing with Mr. Cummings and Mr. Case, did you share them with the Prime Minister?
Frequently.
At the bottom of this page, Mr. Cain, we see a reference that you make to Matt Hancock. You say Hancock has got to go, joker, and Mr. Cummings says, yep, and liar. It's right, isn't it, that there were discussions at around this time as to whether Mr. Hancock and indeed other ministers should be losing their jobs?
I think there was probably more focus on the Health Secretary than others. There was a general view, I think probably most robustly pursued by Mr. Cummings, which was that we weren't getting all the accurate information from the Health Secretary in meetings, and that again was causing frustration.
Let me ask you to look at another document, please. If we could have up on screen 283369, page 38. Now, this is it's a reasonably lengthy exchange, although I hope to ask you about it fairly quickly, Mr. Cain. It's an exchange between you and Mr. Cummings and Mr. Johnson on the 23rd of August, so a week or two before that WhatsApp that we were just looking at. And we can see it starting with Mr. Cummings saying he doesn't think it's sustainable for GW. Who would that be?
Gavin Williamson.
So it's not sustainable for Mr. Williamson to stay at the Department for Education. I think Lee needs to brief a reshuffle after his SR summer recess.
Spending review.
Spending review.
Imagine.
ASAP, get people in line, focus minds, and so on, talking about a reshuffle. He then repeats another message saying it's going to be turbulent, but we need a path through it. Then a message from Boris Johnson saying he agrees, but it will be fatal to brief the Cabinet about the upcoming reshuffle. And then a longer message from Dominic Cummings emphasising the position, and perhaps I'm going to ask you about this, giving us some clue as to the state of the government at the time. He says, it's a big mistake, not sustainable. If you don't get the Cabinet back into line, you'll have months more of the mayhem, briefing and leaking. This has seriously damaged your authority. You need to get this back. You need to read the Riot Act to the Cabinet and SW1. Should know there's a reshuffle coming between the spending review and Christmas. At the moment, the bubble thinks you've taken your eye off the ball. You're happy to have useless fuckpigs in charge. They think that a vast amount of the chaotic news on the front pages is coming from number 10, when in fact it's coming from the Cabinet, who are feral, and so on. And then in the last paragraph, I also must stress, I think leaving Hancock in post is a big mistake. He's a proven liar who nobody believes or should believe on anything. And we face going into autumn crisis with the cunt still in charge of the NHS still. Therefore, we'll be back around that cabinet table with him and Stevens bullshitting again in September. Hideous prospect. I'm going to come back to that, but let me just ask you about, or go to one or two other of these messages. Just going on, there's a series of responses from Mr. Johnson talking about whether sacking people really solves things, quite what the timing of this reshuffle should be. And then if we can look at the top of page 40, please. You contribute. You say, problem leakers, Hancock, Grant, Wallace, Truss. There are other second-order ones, but these four have caused real problems this year. And then you say that you agree with the domestic policy agenda. We do need to up the firepower in key areas. Whenever we do a reshuffle, it should be bold and filled with those you're convinced will deliver for you. So 2 questions, Mr. Cain. The impression created is of a number of key cabinet ministers, whether because they're leakers or because Mr. Cummings has expressed such strong views about them, who weren't trusted as part of the government. Choose your adjective. Is it chaos? Is it dysfunction? Help us understand whether things were really as bad as are painted in these messages.
I think, it's obviously a time of significant stress, and, the challenges that we were dealing with are greater probably than any since, 1945, which should, it's important to highlight that context. I think government has a huge problem with leaking. I think, and it was really pronounced during COVID. You're having conversations, daily on potential options, and you would read about them in the next day in various newspapers. And that, I think, from a messaging point of view on public health, caused huge problems because people then want answers. Okay, what does this mean for me, my family, my lives? And you're then you haven't got a policy developed, and you're trying to sort of mop that up. And that was all the time. We couldn't have a single conversation. And I think that's because the sort of politics and the sort of knockabout view of sort of almost like politics as entertainment is now so entrenched in the relationship between the media and with the government. It's hard to stop it. And I think, it's something you deal with as part of politics during normal days. I think in a crisis like this, it was one of the most difficult issues we faced, was the constant leaking of stories.
Second question. Reading through it, of course, these are private exchanges, and we must remember that. But the language that is used repeatedly about colleagues is rude, it is dismissive, it is aggressive. We will hear evidence of a so-called macho culture in Downing Street at the time. Is this a fair reflection of the culture?
So first, I'd like to point out it's not, not my language or what I would have used. I would say that, as I mentioned earlier, there is a problem within Mr. Johnson's sort of senior team, that there was a lack of diversity, and that was the same in gender, in socioeconomic and in ethnic minority. And I think if you lack that diversity within a team, you create problems in decision making, policy development and culture. So I think that's all part of the equation. But I think fundamentally any number 10 is a direct reflection of the principle. And I think that's probably the case here.
Right. And finally, Mr. Cain, I want to just ask you one or two questions back on the question of the circuit breaker lockdown. And you describe in your statement, I won't take you to it, the meeting that happened on the 20th of September, where Professor Hennigan, Professor Gupta and others were brought in virtually to Downing Street to discuss, and you, in your statement, make it clear that you regarded at that stage it as essential that a lockdown should take place, but that the Prime Minister disagreed and emphasised the economic arguments. At around this time, a few weeks later, I want to take you to INQ 267902, please. This is a text or WhatsApp between you and the Prime Minister. We'll see the 15th of October. He says, "I must say I've been slightly rocked by some of the data on COVID fatalities. The median age is 82 to 81 for men, 85 for women. That's above life expectancy, so get COVID and live longer. Hardly anyone under 60 goes into hospital. I no longer buy all this NHS overwhelmed stuff. Folks, I think we may need to recalibrate." And you say, all understood, but how does this change the policy? Still not politically viable to change course. He says it shows we don't go for nationwide lockdown. Now, previously we've talked about the economic arguments against lockdown. This seems to be introducing a slightly different theme. And I want to show you very briefly some other entries in Patrick Ballance's diaries from around this time. So could we look at them sequentially, please? First of all, it's 273901. First of all, page 150. So this was a little bit earlier in August, where Patrick Ballance has recorded that the PM WhatsApp group kicks off because the PM had read about the infection fatality rate. And it says this: "He's obsessed with older people accepting their fate and letting the young get on with life and the economy going. Quite a bonkers set of exchanges." If we can look at page 308, please. On a similar theme, picking it up a couple of lines down, PM says, "His party thinks the whole thing is pathetic and COVID is just nature's way of dealing with old people, and I'm not entirely sure I disagree with them. A lot of moderate people think it's a bit too much." And lastly, please, page 312. By this time we're in December. We see the chief whip says, "I think we should let the old people get it and protect others." PM says, "A lot of my backbenchers think that, and I must say, I agree with them." Now, the theme in those notes is similar, is it not, to that WhatsApp we looked at between you and the Prime Minister? It's not saying that the economy is the main argument. It's related, but it's different. It's saying, look, it's only old people who get this disease. Why don't we just let them get it so the young people can live their lives? Is that something which you think influenced the Prime Minister during this period?
I think you could see from the evidence he was I think he was concerned about the damage on society as a whole, and he was trying to view it through that lens. I think some of the language is obviously not what I would have used, but for me the core argument was always the same, which was your choice is that we lock down and control the virus, and we do so as quick as possible to minimise cost to health and cost to the economy at the same time. The only reason you can start having any of these conversations is if you have no intention of bringing in further suppression measures, which for me was always morally and politically, a non-starter. It was never something any responsible government or any responsible Prime Minister could or would undertake. So I felt a lot of this was just noise and distraction. And when reality became clearer, as it would, he would, and did actually take out the measures responsible. I think some of it is important to focus on. I think he acted too late on some of particularly the later lockdowns, but he did actually do what I believe to be the moral and responsible course of action. It was just later than it should have been.
Mr. Cain, thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Lady, there are, as you know, two sets of questions from core participants.
There are. Mr. Metzer?
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Cain, I ask questions on behalf of the long COVID groups. I don't think we need to go to it, but if you need to, let me know. There's an email to the CSA and the CMO's office dated the 25th of June 2020 in which DHSC reported that the Cabinet Office had asked DHSC to look at communications around the recovery of patients following COVID-19 infection. Were you aware of this request for information about the recovery of patients following COVID-19?
I was not, no.
You say you weren't?
No.
Can you help as to whether there was any discussion in number 10 about communicating publicly the risk of long-term health impacts of COVID-19 at the time?
I think initially the understanding around long COVID was minimal. In number 10, I think we were still, gathering evidence for much of my time, which, obviously I left in the November of 2020. So during my time, I think we were still quite unclear on some of it, but it was becoming more pronounced. But I don't recall any specific campaigns to it at that point. I think, again, it would have been the sort of press conferences where we'd have discussed it. But I think at the time I was there, the evidence maybe wasn't as advanced as it, later became.
That's right through till November 2020, you say?
Yes.
I see. I might come back to that in a moment. Can we put up 283370, please? On the 5th of July 2020, NHS England announced your COVID recovery service, online rehabilitation service. And Sir Simon Stevens said the service would benefit, in quotes, and it's there, tens of thousands of people who are suffering long-term effects of coronavirus. You've said today that you met with the NHS regularly, even many times a week. In any of those regular meetings, was this announcement ever discussed?
Not that I recall, but you'll appreciate there was a huge number of meetings and issues raised, but I don't recall that now.
Okay. You've spoken today about individual responsibility, saying that people look to protect themselves in very sensible ways. Would you agree, Mr. Cain, that communications about the risks of the long-term effects of COVID-19 was important for the public to know so that they can protect themselves from this risk?
I think certainly once we understood what those dangers were, yes.
And do you agree that you were aware of that many months before you left office?
I was aware of conversations developing on long COVID and what it meant, but it was not a primary focus for my work, which was slightly different and more sort of political messaging space. This is the sort of thing that would have been led departmentally or by the NHS. I mean by that.
Yeah. But following those meetings with the NHS, are you aware as to whether there were any discussions in number 10 about raising awareness of the long-term effects of COVID-19 at the time of this announcement in July 2020?
I was not, but again, it would have been something that I would expect to be led departmentally or by the ALB.
But you agree, by that time, you were aware of the long-term effect risks?
To be honest, I can't remember the timings of when I would have been, up to speed with what the long-term risks of long COVID were.
Or at the very least, would you agree, you would certainly have been aware after the DHSC announcement on long COVID in October 2020?
Probably, but again, there was a huge amount taking place at that point. So again, it's as I say, it's not an area of focus that I particularly recall in any great detail, which I apologise for.
At paragraph 89, page 20 of your witness statement, you said at the beginning of the COVID response, vital public health messages were distributed via a mixture of Department of Health, Department of Transport or the Cabinet Office digital channels. Did the fact that different government departments were distributing public health advice result in inconsistent messaging?
So it's a good question. I think there is a general practice that a lot of government departments act as sort of communication fiefdoms in their own right, and that can sometimes make all sorts of messaging challenges, which is one of the things that we did in COVID, was to create a central campaigning body that reported directly in number 10 to try and pull together coherency within our political campaigning, so we didn't have that sort of fighting. And I think it's something that's continued, thankfully, since I left.
But the existence of that fiefdoms, as you've put it, would you agree, did have a genuine risk of inconsistent messaging?
Well, I think we fixed that particular problem. I think that was something I was acutely aware of in part of the changes I wanted to make to the government communication system. So we did try and fix that with sort of command and control cabinet office centre that oversaw the campaigns as opposed to pushing them through. But that obviously came in sort of in the summer, I think, more in the sort of summer of 2020.
And what was that central campaigning body?
It's a group that's within the cabinet office that will consist of highly trained campaigning professionals who understand a lot of sort of newer media techniques, and the general thesis would be that departments themselves would have to pitch into that sort of central body to have campaigns they wanted to do green lighted, because the government spends hundreds of millions on campaigns, and 162 a year when I was there, most of which people don't notice. Metrics for measuring them are pretty poor, so we just wanted to professionalise that particular area.
So do you say through that central body there are attempts to coordinate public health messages communicated by different departments?
Correct.
How were public campaigns on COVID-19 updated by the government as information became available?
I think as policies change, we would try to make those amendments into our public communications.
I'm not sure you've answered the question. How were the campaigns updated?
Well, the policies changes would be fed into the communications team. We would then look at certain research, best ways to communicate them, and then make changes to public announcements, to campaigns, whatever they were, as appropriate.
So who, if anyone, was ultimately responsible for communicating through government messaging that there was a risk of long COVID?
I think it would fall in between the Department of Health and Alex Aitken within the Cabinet Office, or indeed the NHS. So there's the different areas would pick up different responsibilities. I'm not sure where the full responsibility would lie with that. It depends on the severity and how I assume it would be in the Cabinet Office.
So I do read between that there's a danger it would fall between and not be dealt with by anyone.
I think in the size and scale of government, that is indeed possible.
And the last question I want to ask you, Mr. Cain, is in the absence of a clear coordinated communications plan on long COVID, do you agree that number 10 and the Cabinet Office failed to alert the public sufficiently about the long-term effects of COVID-19?
I can only really comment during my own time, and I think part of the problem was just developing the evidence stream. I think at the time, and the focus was on the live issue of dealing with the immediate response during my time. I think I'm not sure how that subsequently changed as I departed and the pandemic itself changed and our understanding changed.
Well, certainly, would you agree then, by the time until you left in November 2020, as you've said, you would agree that there was a insufficient failure to alert the public about the long-term effects?
Again, from the evidence that we knew and had, I think we probably acted responsibly. But I think you can't communicate what you're unaware of, and I think in a lot of those early stages we weren't overly aware of the dangers. But I think we did discuss them. We did talk about them. They were raised within the press conferences. I think it was something that and those press conferences alone, we're looking at 10 million people watching every single evening, huge numbers. So these were issues that were raised.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cain.
Thank you, Mr. Metzer. Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you. Mr. Cain, I'm going to ask you just about a couple of topics on behalf of the COVID Bereaved Families for Justice UK, which represents many bereaved families from across the UK. Both of the topics have been touched on by Mr. O'Connor, so I'll be I'll cut to the chase if I may. At paragraph 118 of your statement, you write this. At this time, and you're talking about 6 or 7 weeks into lockdown, the Prime Minister was becoming increasingly concerned about the impact of lockdowns on the economy and the political impact it was having on the right wing of the Conservative Party and the coverage of the right-leaning media. For example, on May the 8th, 2020, the Daily Telegraph, a newspaper that had been robustly anti-lockdown, printed its front page on a favourable interview with the leader of the opposition. The Prime Minister called me that evening and expressed significant concern, stating our policies were causing us to lose the backing of generally supportive elements of the media, and he felt they may well be right. And then you add in brackets, a position that conflicted with all the evidence available, those brackets. Yes?
Yes.
So just for clarity, what you are expressing there is a frustration that Mr. Johnson's prioritisation of media views, he was prioritising that over the actual evidence, over the views of advisors such as yourself, and over public opinion at that time. Is that right?
So I think it's slightly more complex in the sense that he, I think, was unsure about the policy that we were taking forward. So I think it was people reinforcing some of his own concerns. You know, I think he probably would have, as I said before, been writing these sorts of leaders in the Telegraph himself. This isn't a criticism of the Telegraph, which is, you know, shining a light on where they thought the issues were. But I think, you know, the Prime Minister himself, this was part of his sort of oscillation and concerns over policy development.
The point I'm trying to get you to clarify really is that the point in the brackets that you seem to need to make clear that it conflicted with all of the evidence. So he's preferring the views of the right wing of his party and the Daily Telegraph over the actual evidence and his advice. That's what you're conveying, isn't it?
That's correct.
The second topic, again, it's been touched upon, so I'll be brief, and it's about diversity. And Mr. O'Connor took you to deal with the lack of focus or consideration at all of split families and the Marcus Rashford issues. But you say in your statement, and again, I'm not going to put it up, but it's at paragraph 121D, that some policy decisions slip through the cracks due to this lack of diversity. And you've already referred to middle-aged and white people only in the room, and that's the problem. What other, apart from the ones you've already mentioned, what other policy decisions slip through the cracks because of this lack of diversity?
I think part of the problem is, I can't really sort of recall specifics off the top of my head, but I think part of the problem is just very much having a situation where people's own lived experience isn't in the room. So, you know, if you have predominantly middle-aged white men, you're going to miss out on a whole load of different areas of expertise and lived experience that will, you know. So again, like the Marcus Rashford was obviously a huge part of that. You know, some of the bubble sections, there'd be the sort of things that I would highlight. Okay, so for example, the disproportionate effects of the pandemic on people from ethnic minorities, that's something that slipped through the cracks? I think that was something that was discussed. I think that's part of the challenge. I think these issues will be discussed, but are they given the weight necessary without some of the lived experience? I think that, and that's, I don't know the answer to some of that. Yeah. It felt to me that sometimes we missed things or didn't give enough attention that we could have done. But I genuinely don't know if, you know, how much that would have impacted. Well, what steps, if any, were taken to address this diversity gap, which presumably was obvious at the time? So, you know, it's not, unfortunately for me, to pick the Prime Minister's senior team. I think, you know, I can only control the elements of the remit which I control, and I think we had a very diverse, particularly gender diverse, but we had a very diverse team within the Number 10 press office. And they were incredible individuals to work with, and
Okay, but bearing in mind that diversity and the lack of diversity you've pointed up at paragraph 121D, did you advise the Prime Minister or anybody else that this was a problem that needed to be addressed?
I think it was something that was frequently raised. I think particularly by many female members of Number 10 who, I think it really sort of shone a light, because within COVID, what tends to happen is there was a small core room, often in the cabinet room, where the individuals would be around the table. Now, in non-COVID times, there'd be a lot more people in that room, so it would sort of mask some of these issues. During COVID, the sort of secondary cast, if you will, would be outside watching on a Zoom. And what became very clear is it was predominantly women in the building who were outside watching on a Zoom, and predominantly white middle-aged men around the table. So I would receive messages from members of my team sort of, highlighting this gender disparity and the fact that we needed to change. And it was
so you advised, you advised about it, but did anything change? That was my question.
No, nothing did change.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Cain. Thank you for your help. Just so people understand, we'll probably have a shortened lunch because I think we've overrun a little with Mr. Cain.
Thank you, my lady. That would be very helpful. So, my lady, the next witness is Dominic Cummings.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Cummings, could you commence your evidence, please, by giving us your full name?
Dominic Mackenzie Cummings.
Mr. Cummings, you have provided the inquiry with a lengthy witness statement dated the 12th of October, to which you have appended a declaration of truth. We take it, therefore, that the contents of your witness statement are true, and you've also helpfully provided us with a lengthy letter dated the 11th of November, in which you included a large number of screenshots of WhatsApps, texts, materials, and so on. Could we commence, please, with your career? The inquiry understands that from 2007 to 2014, you were a special advisor to Michael Gove MP. Is that correct?
Yes.
In October 2015, you became a director of the organisation Vote Leave, which culminated, of course, in the June 2016 referendum. And I think it's fair to say you were an architect in the successful Leave EU campaign.
Forgive me, sorry, our campaign was called Vote Leave. The other one was called Leave EU.
Thank you. On the 24th of July 2019, you became a senior advisor to the then Prime Minister. Is that correct?
Yep.
A general election was called relatively shortly thereafter. Did you, as is customary, resign as an advisor once Parliament had been dissolved, or did you stay in that post throughout the election campaign and then continue thereafter?
I'm afraid I can't remember the exact legal status that I had between the election being called and through the election. There are complicated rules, and also I had a slightly odd role in that time because I was neither in campaign headquarters nor was I full-time in Number 10. I was kind of in a separate room, and I continued doing some government work during that time, for example, with NATO and some national security things. I think there was a terrorist episode, floods, various things. So I was sort of hopping around between two different things.
All right. Mr. Cummings, I'm going to ask you, please, to remember that whilst you give evidence, it's essential that you try to keep your voice up and you speak as slowly as possible. That way, we may better understand your evidence. Did you play a part in the general election campaign, culminating in the 12th of December election?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to turn, please, to some of the government structures which form the large part of your witness statement and about which you express, I think, what may fairly be described as very trenchant views, starting with the Cabinet. You say in your statement that the Cabinet was largely irrelevant to policy or execution in 2020. The combination of its size, the Prime Minister's inability to chair it, and its constant leaks meant it was seen by everyone in Number 10 as not a place for serious discussion. You go on to describe how those working in Number 10 see it as another problem to manage while real discussions happen elsewhere. The inquiry material shows that there were, although this may not be reflected in the minutes, frank and constructive debates held in Cabinet, as they say in diplomatic circles, and that there were important decisions made in Cabinet and important matters debated. Is that a fair summary, therefore, of the role of Cabinet during the coronavirus crisis?
I think it depends, to some extent, it depends what you mean by the word decision. I mean, formally, a lot of things are decided in Cabinet, obviously, that's the formal constitutional structure. But very rarely is that actually a reflection of the reality of how the, quote, decision, unquote, is actually being made.
So is it more of a reflection of the fact that important decisions started to become taken elsewhere, predominantly in Number 10?
I wouldn't say it started to be. I think that was the case in 2019. And of course, it's been a feature for many decades of this trend increasing.
If we may call that process a sidelining of Cabinet, did you contribute to that process, do you think?
I would say more that I just managed it as a sort of like the weather. I mean, it was just a sort of fact of life. It was a combination of the constitutional crisis in 2019, the Prime Minister's own personal temperament, habits that had grown up in the Cabinet Office over many years, going back a long period. I actually said to the Prime Minister...
Slow down, Mr.
Sorry.
Cummings, please, slow down.
I
said to the Prime Minister...
I suggested to the Prime Minister, both in the last week of the election campaign in 2019 and in the first week of January, when we discussed the future generally, that he should strongly consider A, a major reshuffle, and B, radically shrinking the size of the Cabinet back to where it was something like 100 or so years ago. Because as anyone who knows who has dealt with very large organisations, it's impossible to have serious conversations with 25, 30 people around a table like that. The Prime Minister did not want to.
Due in large part to your own WhatsApps, Mr. Cummings, we're going to have to coarsen our language somewhat.
I apologise.
You called ministers useless fuckpigs, morons, cunts. in emails and WhatsApps to your professional colleagues. Do you think you contributed to a lack of effectiveness on the part of ministers and of the Cabinet?
No, I think I was reflecting a widespread view amongst competent people at the centre of power at the time about the calibre of a lot of senior people who are dealing with this crisis extremely badly.
Slow down, please, Mr. Cummings. Are you suggesting that your views expressed in those revolting ways were shared by others?
Well, my appalling language is obviously my own, but my judgment of a lot of senior people was widespread.
Do you feel that you expressed your views too trenchantly, that your opinion of ministers and of the Cabinet overstated the position?
No, I would say, if anything, it understated the position, as events showed in 2020.
Cabinet meetings appear, according to your statement and the material that we've seen, to have been, to some extent, scripted. But insofar as Cabinet committee meetings were concerned, they were very largely scripted. Ministers were given scripts to read out. Bullet points were written by officials who would exchange them in advance. And the conclusions were largely scripted in advance. Is that a fair summary of Cabinet committee meetings?
It is. Obviously not always, and obviously there are exceptions, and there are some people who chaired Cabinet committee meetings who did an extremely good job. So I'm not claiming that this is universal. I'm saying that it was a general feature, and it was much more often true than not.
You refer in your statement to Cabinet and Cabinet committee meetings being Potemkin meetings. What did you mean by that?
They were Potemkin in the sense that they were for show, as part of the sort of show of the Constitution. That, unfortunately, a large part of how the system works is that ministers parade up Downing Street, the cameras click, people act like Cabinet is actually deciding things, but everyone behind the number 10 door, actually near power, knows that that's very rarely actually what's going on. That usually what's happening is that senior officials have actually decided what's happening, and the ministerial performance is often / usually a performance. Of course, that changes according to historical situations and crises, and sometimes Cabinet, even in 2019, 2020, became genuinely important. But I'm just trying to give a general picture.
On the cusp of the coronavirus pandemic, where was power exercised? Where was the effective decision-making?
By cusp, where do you mean, sorry?
January, February.
Well, it certainly wasn't in Cabinet.
Where was it?
Well, most power really is nominally in the hands of the Prime Minister, and to a very large extent in the hands of the Cabinet Office. I would say the Cabinet Secretary is something like 10 times or 100 times more powerful than anybody else in the Cabinet, apart from the Prime Minister. All sorts of elements of real power actually now in our system answer to him, but a large part of the performance and the media coverage is aimed at trying to cover up this fact and to try and portray the ministers as actually in charge.
Over time, you recommended and you brought into effect two very important meetings, or two important processes. One was the 8:15 officials meeting, at which you and other officials discussed the day's events, resolved to raise important matters that needed to be debated. And then at 9:15 daily, there became meetings with the Prime Minister in his study or in the Cabinet room. Where did that take place?
The sort of formal part of it was in the, the 8:15 was in the Cabinet room every day. The 9:15 was usually also in the Cabinet room. Sometimes that would be preceded by a smaller meeting in the Prime Minister's study, which adjoins the Cabinet room through a kind of joint door.
Were your 8:15 officials meetings minuted or noted?
I'm not sure exactly what the process changed. Obviously, the 8:15 and 9:15 meetings I originally created out of the kind of air of disaster, and they were very informal, but they went through different iterations. So they became called different things, the 8:15 and the 9:15. I think there was at least 3 different formal iterations, and the bureaucratic processes will have been different for each one. I think right at the very beginning, at 8:15, there were kind of action points taken because it was very much an action-oriented thing. It wasn't any kind of formal structure. So I would guess that there were not formal minutes at those meetings to begin with, but there were certainly action points that Imran, the private secretary, and others would write live during the meeting and then circulate immediately afterwards.
By and large, as you say in your statement, there was little transparency or visibility. Traces of discussions might only be in an email or WhatsApp if they exist at all. Is that correct?
I think it's certainly correct about the very first part, as I said, when we just created the meetings, because they had no kind of formal position of any kind, though I don't think that's accurate about later on.
The Cabinet Office, to which you've referred, you describe in this way, that it had more sand in the petrol tank rather than the Rolls-Royce gearbox, or gearbox it is often described as. What did you mean by that?
Well, if you speak to many people who've knocked around the system for a very long time, the Cabinet Office over a long period of time has accumulated more and more power, formal and informal. It's become incredibly bloated. It's acquired huge numbers of people, huge numbers of teams, and particularly on the sort of deep state, national security side, crisis management, has become in all sorts of ways extremely opaque and effectively completely invisible to any political figure, including the Prime Minister. So it was extremely difficult to know in number 10 who exactly in the Cabinet Office was doing what, whose responsibility it was, who were we supposed to talk to get action, and that was critical in particularly in the first couple of months.
Was this a function of staffing levels, inadequate staffing levels, or over-staffing, or in particular parts of the Cabinet Office, or a reflection of the personalities, the people who were actually in the Cabinet Office?
I think it was a mix, like all dysfunctional systems. It was a mix of a lot of the wrong people in the wrong job, decades of accumulated power, no real scrutiny and insight, a culture of constantly classifying everything to hide mistakes and hide scrutiny. Management was bad, incredibly bloated, with so many senior figures that they themselves, as Helen McNamara's statement makes clear, the senior people themselves didn't know who on earth was in charge of what.
In your statement to the inquiry, you say that in 2020, a handful of senior officials were the wrong people for the posts. And this is in the context of your views on government generally, so not just the Cabinet Office, but number 10. This meant they were unable to replace other people who were wrong for their posts. However, it's the Prime Minister who is responsible for the wrong people remaining in crucial jobs. Were, in your opinion, the wrong people in those crucial jobs in the Cabinet Office?
Yes, I think that there clearly were some people in the Cabinet Office who were in the wrong jobs. The Cabinet Secretary and I had quite a few frank discussions about some of these problems going back into 2019. He actually removed some of the people at my request and moved them on to other things, though, of course, Whitehall being Whitehall, they were often promoted rather than actually removed. So, yes, there were, I agree with the thrust of your question.
Who else did you have in mind by that observation, that there were the wrong people in those jobs?
Well, I think the Cabinet Secretary at the time himself said to me that he had never sought that job. And he had serious doubts about the wisdom of combining the Cabinet Secretary's job and the National Security Advisor job. I think that was correct. Mark was a very able diplomat. He had enormous skills in all sorts of ways. But the way in which the Cabinet Office has evolved. So, if we take it.
Well, perhaps we'll pause there. We'll just stay on the issue of the Cabinet Secretary.
Okay.
That Cabinet Secretary, Mark Sedwell, now Lord Sedwell, whom you've described as a talented and able diplomat in all sorts of ways, you denigrated and insulted by your WhatsApps and text messages, did you not?
I guess so. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but it's certainly the case that I came to the view that he did not have visibility of the fundamental disasters that were unfolding inside the Cabinet Office.
You used obscenities to describe him, and then in a series of texts and WhatsApps you said he was off the pace. His staff knew he was off the pace. He was unable, essentially, to function at all as the head of the Cabinet Office.
I don't think I actually said that he was unable to function at all, but the rest of what you said is correct. And this was not just my view. Part of what I was expressing to the Prime Minister was that other people in the Cabinet Office and crucial people in officials, not political people, in the Prime Minister's office had said to me, we fear that both the Cabinet Office has gone dreadfully wrong and that Mark doesn't understand just how badly wrong this has all gone.
You were unimpressed by the Principal Private Secretary. You believed that he deferred too much to the Prime Minister. He didn't force him to face up to hard choices. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that one of the that role is highly underrated, I think, in understanding how government really works. It's an extraordinarily powerful position in all sorts of ways. Again, much more powerful really than anybody in the Cabinet apart from the Prime Minister. It's a critical role. My view was that a role like that in a country like ours should be filled by one of the absolutely most able people that we can possibly muster in our country. And I made that argument to the Prime Minister before January, during the election actually, about making a change in January. I lost the argument.
Slow down, please, Mr. Cummings. Slow down. You lost that argument.
I lost the argument. I made it again after the first wave, and I lost the argument again.
Your views on the Secretary of State for the Department of Health and Social Care are very well known, and we'll be looking at some of your remarks about him in due course. But overall, the tenor of your statement, it's the effect, and this is, to use your words, that senior ministers, senior officials, and senior advisors like yourself fell disastrously short of the standards that the public had to expect. Is that a view you adhere to still?
It is. I also think there were many exceptional people, as I've tried to also explain in my statement, but they were all enmeshed in a fundamentally dysfunctional structure, and that meant that even the great people were often unable to do great work.
You also say that it is completely crackers that someone like you should have been in number 10. Is that a view you still maintain?
For sure.
Ultimately, who bears the responsibility, Mr. Cummings, for appointing the individuals whom you have described in these terms?
Well, lots of them obviously were appointed. Lots of the critical Cabinet Office roles were appointed before me and the Prime Minister arrived. The Prime Minister obviously bears responsibility for the Cabinet. He appointed the Cabinet in summer 2019. Contrary to all the media reports, I had zero involvement with that. I tried to get him to change it in January and failed. Tried to get him to change it in February and almost completely failed.
Who appointed you, Mr. Cummings?
Prime Minister.
The inquiry has heard evidence that the Cabinet Office plays a vital role in government as the coordinating centre. It liaises with other government departments, it brokers issues, it resolves debates and issues between line departments. It is the hub of government. On your arrival in Downing Street in July of 2019, did you believe that the Cabinet Office was effectively performing that role?
No.
The Cabinet Secretary, the inquiry has been told, has an equally important function of exercising such institutional levers as may be required in order to make other parts of government work. Were those institutional levers being effectively operated by the Cabinet Secretary when you arrived in Downing Street in July 2019?
No, but I would also, obviously, it was the middle of the worst constitutional crisis in a century, and I certainly would be extremely unfair to blame the Cabinet Secretary for all the problems that we had at that time.
Throughout the rest of that year and at the beginning of 2020, did you discern any improvement in the structural system concerning the Cabinet Office?
In some ways, yes, I think it did improve. On the very first day that I arrived, I sent an email to the Cabinet Secretary regarding how I thought that Brexit should work in terms of the Brexit, what became known as XS, Brexit Strategy and Brexit Operations, XO. The Cabinet Secretary agreed with me. We set that up. I think almost everybody involved with the process thinks that it radically improved how the government dealt with such an extremely complicated question. And I think also everybody that I know who I spoke to about it thinks that, contrary to the impression that one often gets in the media, in fact, going through that admittedly nightmarish process of XO during 2019 actually proved extremely useful in terms of dealing with the COVID crisis. So overall, I would say, I did say to the Prime Minister in December 2019 as the election was ending, overall the system is completely dysfunctional. But within that, the Cabinet Secretary did make various important improvements, I think.
Do you think your description of your colleagues, the way in which you described them, their functions, their abilities, their talents, added to that dysfunctionality?
No, I think the opposite. I think my job, a huge part of the problem of the culture of Westminster and Whitehall that was so disastrous in COVID is people not speaking out about core problems. And I regarded my job as, I'm not a very smart person, I'm not a specialist in all sorts of ways, but I had built very effective teams. And I felt that a crucial part of my job was to say to the PM and to other people, if I thought that someone couldn't do the job, then to make that clear, because A, that's so fundamental to performance, and B, the issue is so often buried in Whitehall.
On the 3rd of May, so after the initial crisis and the first wave,
3rd of what, sorry?
3rd of May 2020, INQ 253940, you sent an email to Martin Reynolds, the Principal Private Secretary, Stuart Glasborough, Claire Brunton, Imran Shafi, the Private Secretary for Health Matters, Education and other policies, Hannah Young and Emily Benyon, as well as Munir Mirza, and you copied it back to yourself. You said, we're wasting far too much time in crap meetings. We're not using the PM's time well. Changes from tomorrow. No papers go to PM on anything related to COVID-19, including from Cabinet Office and HMT, unless they're cleared by Shinner, that's Tom Shinner?
Yes.
Or me, nobody else. Any chair brief and anything related to COVID-19 must be cleared by Shinner or me, nobody else. And then there are some further directions concerning papers for prime ministerial meetings. Shinner, hire whoever else you think you need. 5, we must start cancelling meetings and telling the PM. And so on.
Mm-hmm.
Did that direction that nothing would go to the Prime Minister on COVID from the Cabinet Office and HMT include anything from the Cabinet Secretary?
You mean, did that mean that the Cabinet Secretary could not write directly to the Prime Minister?
Unless cleared by you or Tom Shinner?
No.
So who was being excluded, in effect, within the civil service from communicating papers to the Prime Minister without your intervention?
So essentially what I was trying to do here, the actually quote or me unquote is actually not really very relevant. What I was actually trying to do was empower Tom Shinner, who is an excellent official. We had a fundamental problem, well, we had many fundamental problems. Two most obvious ones were the Cabinet Office was a bomb site, and we had a huge problem of quality control of documents going into meetings, and inconsistent data, inconsistent facts being read out. And many officials had come to me and said, this is causing chaos. There has to be some a formalised system to actually grip this, because the Cabinet Office was a dumpster fire and Shinner was extremely able. Essentially what I was trying to do here was say, there has to be someone who actually takes responsibility for saying that they and a team have checked the information and are certifying that it's accurate, so that we would get away from these nightmare meetings that we'd had all the way through the previous few weeks, of documents coming up, people then saying this is wrong, this is out of date, everyone looking at each other like the Spider-Man meme, not being clear who's actually responsible. So I was trying to say, let's actually establish a proper structure for this with someone who everybody respected.
Tom Shinner was, like you, an advisor with the civil service to the Prime Minister.
With respect, he was not really like me, no. He was
an advisor insofar as he was not a member of the civil service. He was an advisor to the Prime Minister.
No, with respect, that's not correct.
What was he?
He had been an official. He then left. He then came back in as an official. I think he was, well, to begin with, his exact status was slightly unclear, obviously, for the first few days, because he arrived on the 16th of March.
Did you bring him in?
He was a civil servant, not an advisor.
Did you bring him in, Mr. Cummings?
I did.
Was it wise, in hindsight, to concentrate this degree of control in yourself and Mr. Shinner?
I think bringing Tom in and empowering him the way I did was one of the probably handful of best decisions I made in the whole nightmare. And by the way, the Cabinet Secretary strongly agreed with me. I think he'd worked with Tom Shinner on a lot of Brexit issues and with Jeremy Hayward a few years earlier. So it wasn't like I was imposing this on them. I actually spoke to Mark and said, here's my idea. Are you happy with it? And he said, yeah, it sounds great, sounds great.
On the 15th of May, according to your statement, you had a long discussion with the private office in Downing Street to review what had gone wrong with the Cabinet Office. You raised issues about lack of coordination across Whitehall, the duplication of requests, in essence, a failure to grip whatever issues or problems confronted the Cabinet Office. What was your view of the private office within Downing Street with whom you were having those conversations?
I think the private office, as I made clear in my statement, was in all sorts of ways absolutely excellent, and I think it had some of the finest public servants in the whole system. I think the country was lucky to have them. I think, though, that there was, I would say that there was one very obvious problem, which was that apart from the leadership of the private office, he was a notable exception. But there was a core problem, which is that private secretaries in the Prime Minister's office are generally quite junior officials. Quite a few of them are young women. And at that meeting on the 15th of May and on other occasions, some of the young women in the private office said to me that they thought that there was a serious problem with senior people in the Cabinet Office not paying attention to what they were saying, talking over them, generally just a bad culture of a lot of the senior male leadership in the Cabinet Office, which was something which I agreed with.
Well, we'll be looking in due course at some of your emails and texts to other members of the team. Is it fair to say that you were critical also of the private office, that you sent emails and texts saying the private office is systemically flawed in certain regards, as well as the Cabinet Office?
So I think there's two separate things. I was generally highly impressed by the private secretaries in the private office, who I thought did an absolutely extraordinary job. But I thought that the overall structure in which the private office operated clearly didn't work. And, you know, you had a relatively tiny number of people with, as I say, relatively junior people suddenly being completely swamped by being asked to solve huge numbers of problems from all across the system. So when I say the private office didn't work, it wasn't that, this is not a criticism of most of the people in it, it's that it was swamped by the broader dysfunction of the Cabinet Office.
Could we have, please, the letter that you sent to the inquiry, 48313 at page 56. This, I think, is if we go back to the previous page, thank you very much. We can see this as an email you sent on Monday, the 13th of July, right at the bottom of the page. It's a lengthy email, isn't it, Mr. Cummings, in which you set out your views on a number of different parts of the government machine.
Yes.
There had been for some time, you'd raised the issue in January of the overall structure of the government. You'd raised it again in May. You had repeatedly returned to this subject, and you returned to it in July. Over the page, on page 57, there are references to the Cabinet Office not working for anyone in the second paragraph.
Yeah.
Further down the page, you are critical, it's about halfway down, of COBRA and CCS. Is CCS the Civil Contingency Secretariat, and how it failed in multiple ways?
Yeah.
You are critical of the data system, correct?
Yeah.
Over the page, page 59, you are critical of institutional friction, turf wars, the existence of blame games. Page 60, you refer to bloating, a copylist culture. 61, we've experienced disaster, the PM has said sorted out. We're still a low-performing entity while dealing with the next phase of COVID and economic horror. We need a timetable for key actions. Simon and Tom should informally scout out possible key people for this now. Was there any part of the government machine, Mr. Cummings, in which you did not find fault?
Well, in summer 2020, I spent quite a lot of time talking to British Special Forces, and I found that they were exceptional.
Well, now, Mr. Cummings, you know perfectly well that this is evidence directed at the coronavirus pandemic, and we are debating the mechanics of number 10, the Cabinet Office, and the government response.
They were isolated. So if you're asking purely about the number 10 and Cabinet Office system...
I'm talking about the structure concerned with the response to the coronavirus pandemic.
So I would say overall, widespread failure, but pockets of excellent people and pockets of excellent teams doing excellent work within an overall dysfunctional system.
In your statement, you describe how, following this email, that the Prime Minister, whilst initially agreeing with the sentiment of your trenchant views on aspects of the government machine, listened to use your word, pop-ins, and then got cold feet. What are pop-ins?
So obviously the context for this document is it comes after 8 weeks of a nightmare situation kicked off by the PM.
I do apologise, Mr. Cummings. What are pop-ins?
Pop-ins are what people in private office refer to when the Prime Minister would make a decision about something. Some element of the system, often in the Cabinet Office, would not like what had been agreed. And in the best Sir Humphrey Yes Minister style, They would wait for me and other people to not be around the Prime Minister, and they would pop in to see the Prime Minister and say, "Dear Prime Minister, I think that this decision really wasn't the best idea. Very brave Prime Minister. Perhaps you should trolley on it." And this was a general problem.
You should trolley on it. Meaning?
Well, I'm sort of using the sort of generic term that we often used about the PM.
The term you used and his cabinet secretary used and his director of communications used and other officials, no doubt, about his propensity to
Pretty much everyone called him the trolley, yeah.
change direction. Cobra,
If you're moving on, Mr. Keith, I appreciate that it's a little early, but I think we've had quite a long stint for.
yes, indeed.
And Mr. Cummings, like me, does speak very quickly. So I think we'll take a break now. I shall return at 1:45.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Cummings, Cobra. In your statement, you say Cobra works well where the crisis is not too big. And it became clear that less and less was done in Cobra from March, April, May onwards. Why was Cobra not effective in the context of the coronavirus crisis?
There's multiple reasons. So one obvious thing was that so there's a terminology called strap, which I'll briefly explain.
No, we're not going there.
Okay.
If you wish to refer to the fact that there are levels of national security sensitivity, just say there are levels of national security sensitivity.
Okay. As you say, sir. So that's one problem, which means that both the data that goes into into Cobra is strictly controlled, and so is the hardware strictly controlled. So there were physical and data limitations on how Cobra worked entirely properly because of the requirement to keep the physical area secure from Russia and China and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
That was one.
So that's a practical consideration.
Yes. Also, it just didn't scale.
Meaning?
So it was used to dealing with relatively small things like floods, like terrorist attack with 5 people getting killed or something like that. But with a crisis like this, which is much more on the scale of a war, it was just it just couldn't physically, it couldn't function. Data-wise, it couldn't function. All the systems going in and out of it didn't scale.
Was the Prime Minister rather averse to attending Cobra on account of its physical location?
It's hard to say. I mean, he certainly preferred to be in his study, and he didn't like going to Cobra. I deliberately put the, so as I referred to earlier on, when we created the XS and XO structure, I deliberately put that in Cobra so that there were kind of live screens on the wall. We could record action notes in real time. It was just a more effective way of handling the ministers and handling the decision making. He wasn't enormously keen on it, no.
Right. Cobra was still used from March 2020 onwards, despite the institution of the 9:15 daily meetings in Downing Street. Was an important part of the continuation of the Cobra system the fact that it allowed the devolved administrations to take part in the process?
Correct. I mean, my sort of impression / memory is that from roughly speaking mid-March, the main function of Cobra after that was actually the sort of the process, rather Potemkin process of handling the DAs. In fact, I'm not sure if I even went back to Cobra for COVID after something like the 12th or 15th of March.
You ran down the Cobra system, Mr. Cummings, because your view was that with the devolved administrations party to that process, there was an unacceptable risk of leaks. You were violently opposed to the fact that the media was briefed afterwards, and you were against, therefore, the continued use of Cobra as a crisis resolution machinery.
I'd say that that's overstating things. So first of all, I didn't have the authority to run it down and didn't run it down. I think it's more accurate to say that it was superseded by broader things. It was superseded by the 8:15 meeting that I started, the 9:15 meeting, how those two meetings evolved into the COVID task force. So I didn't run it down. It continued, and I'm sure in some ways it did a very useful work. And also, it's important to point out, unlike other parts of the system that I've been very critical of, the people who ran Cobra, in my opinion, did an extremely professional job. The problem was not, in this instance, similar to the Cabinet Office, where a lot of the people were unsuitable. The problem here was a much more structural one, that the Cobra thing just didn't scale to what was needed.
Could we have page 22, please, of your letter to the inquiry, 48313? This is a message, a WhatsApp between yourself and Mr. Johnson, dated the 12th of March 2020.
Sorry, sir, it hasn't popped up. I can't see.
It'll come.
if it's important.
March 12th 2020. You need to chair daily meetings in the Cabinet Room, not Cobra. On this, from tomorrow, I'm going to tell the system this, not capital letters with the DAs on the fucking phone all the time either, so people can't tell you the truth. Well, you did run down the Cobra system, Mr. Cummings. You thought that if the Cobra system continued, people either wouldn't tell the truth or the devolved administrations would leak to the media or brief the media thereafter.
So I certainly thought that the Cobra meetings that we'd had with the PM were very Potemkin, they were extremely scripted, and then having had these sort of pointless things, you then had all sorts of people running straight out and yabbering to the media about what had just been said in a completely undisciplined way, which then undermined public confidence in things, caused a lot of trouble. But with respect, I wouldn't say this is running down the Cobra system. The Cobra system continued. What I was saying was that it was clearly completely unable to cope with the scale of the crisis and that a different system needed to be created. Just one very simple thing. We literally couldn't show the PM crucial data in the Cobra room because it couldn't be piped through because of the strap restrictions.
Well, you're going back now to the practical considerations and the practical difficulties of which you spoke earlier. Could we have 174673, page 1? This is an email between yourself, I think Helen McNamara and others, dated the 13th of March. Your email is in the middle of the page. The PM view and mine on those Cobras is that they are hopeless as decision-making entities and actively cause trouble for comms, given they just brief immediately. So there you're focusing not on the practical difficulties of data or the national security restrictions over the use of the room, but because you thought they were hopeless as decision-making entities and they caused trouble for comms.
Yes.
On the 15th of March, in a WhatsApp thread, number 10 action, 236371, page 52. This is a WhatsApp sent after Mark Sedwell, now Lord Sedwell, the Cabinet Secretary, had produced a note to the Prime Minister concerning the committee structure moving forward, the institution of something called ministerial implementation groups and the 915 meetings. PM, it would be good if you could sign off the note from Mark Sedwell on moving to the next phase, structures, etc., ideally before the meeting this PM, so we could get things moving on that. Dominic Cummings, can you send on WhatsApp my work computer battery flat? I can't recharge for an hour. The draft I saw looked okay, as it was basically drafted by us. Who is us?
I'm not sure exactly, but some combination, I think, of me, Imran, Ben Warner.
Except it's still too keen on Cobras with DAs. The PM daily meetings must be in the Cabinet Room with spider phones and screens, not in Cobra where nobody can take laptops and phones. So there is a clear reference to the practical considerations, but also you were not keen on the devolved administrations being concerned in and attending Cobra.
No, that's not. They're different issues. If you're having meetings to actually figure out the truth, then meetings like that have to be conducted in a very different way. They can't be one of these things with 50 people on a video conference with the DAs when things immediately... Those DA meetings were not meetings to try to figure out the truth about hard issues. They were meetings as part of the kind of performance and coordination and the constitutional function. And my concern was that even at this late stage in the crisis, a lot of people in the Cabinet Office were still fixated on the kind of Potemkin, maintaining the Potemkin aspects rather than actually getting to the heart of things. And we couldn't get to the heart of things in that room because you literally couldn't take in the information and show it to the PM and have a proper discussion about it.
Why did you want Michael Gove to be in charge of regular devolved administration updates and not the Prime Minister?
I thought Gove would handle it 10 times better.
Handle what 10 times better?
Handle the process of dealing with the DAs. You know, and also bear in mind that as I said before, the whole XSXO structure, Michael Gove had more experience of anybody.
Slow down, please, Mr. Cummings.
Michael Gove had more experience of anybody in that room, the Cobra briefing room, because he was in there literally daily from July, August, September, etc., all the way through 2019. So I knew that he understood the whole rhythm, the process, the structure, the staff, and it just seemed like an obvious sort of way of divvying up responsibilities.
Mr. Gove was the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, was he not?
Yeah.
Was he the Prime Minister?
Was he what, sorry?
Was he the Prime Minister?
Obviously not.
No. Did you not want the Prime Minister to be in a meeting room with the devolved administrations, the constituent parts of the United Kingdom? I thought it
preferable to have the Prime Minister actually focused on the impending catastrophe that we faced on that day. And I thought that, generally speaking, him talking to the DAs did not advance any cause.
The devolved administrations had an entitlement, surely, to be able to confer with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in the face of this unprecedented crisis.
They did, and they did confer, but generally speaking, it was better for them to confer either with officials or with Michael Gove than with the PM.
Was number 10 any better? You describe it as a hopeless structure for dealing with a major crisis. What did you mean by that?
I mean, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into.
Well, be succinct, please, Mr. Cummings. Why was it a hopeless structure?
Well, number 10 is not configured to be the nerve centre of a national crisis like COVID.
Because of the absence of personnel or the absence of structure that allows people in number 10 to liaise with all the other parts of government?
In every way. Physically, in terms of in terms of the physical layout, and the lack of the proper rooms that you would have for a crisis centre, in terms of the personnel, in terms of the power, as I've tried to explain. Real power on these things is almost entirely in the Cabinet Office, not in number 10. So number 10 was just completely unsuitable for this. That's why I tried to change it in January and try to change it again in the summer.
In paragraph 301, you say, as with the Cabinet Office, its problems and lack of specialist skills combined with its responsibility for human resources and recruitment, there were problems with the number 10 structure. You brought in friends or colleagues, Tom Shinner, who may have been a member of the civil service, but he was also an advisor, Mark and Ben Warner, Demis Hassabis. Why didn't you approach the relevant parts of the Cabinet Office in number 10 and say, we need other people taken from other parts of government and brought into number 10? Why was it necessary to have your friends, your colleagues, put into number 10?
Well, I did do exactly what you just asked. What you said, why didn't I do that? I literally did do that at scale. I spoke to the Cabinet Secretary about it, the Deputy Cabinet Secretary, multiple other people in the Cabinet Office. Part of the whole point of bringing Tom Shinner in was that I knew that he had been involved in the Cabinet Office with the whole Brexit no-deal preparations, which was as close as anybody had had, probably since World War II, to actually managing an extremely large-scale, very, very complex set of operational and logistical questions. I knew also that Tom had because of this, and also because of some other aspects of his career, which I won't go into, extensive networks across the system, into the military, into all sorts of things. So he was perfect. He was much better placed than me or anybody else really in number 10 to know oh, we should call General so-and-so and get him to help with this. We should get so-and-so in to help with that. So that was the logic behind bringing Tom in.
Was Mark Warner a member of the civil service?
No, Mark Warner was is a CEO of an AI company, but he was working at that time with Simon Stevens and Patrick Vallance on data issues around the NHS completely fortuitously. So it obviously made sense, given that him and his company were kind of embedded in the NHS structure. And so, sorry, just to make it completely clear, Mark and faculty got involved with the NHS and data before COVID ever started. So they were already in there working on these issues. So it obviously made sense for us all to kind of integrate. And then they helped build the dashboard.
Was Ben Warner a member of the civil service?
He was a special, well, I think his status at this time was actually, might not have been officially confirmed, but he became a SPAD.
When you asked him to join Number 10, did he come from the civil service?
He did not.
Did Demis Hassabis come from the civil service when you asked him to attend SAGE and to assist you in your hour of need?
He was CEO of DeepMind. He was a very different category of person.
Was he a member of the civil service?
Of course not.
No.
Neither was Tim Gowers. He was Professor of Maths at Cambridge.
A number of witness statements before the inquiry refer to the fact that there was a dysfunctionality, a lack of a proper working relationship between the Cabinet Office, Number 10 and other departments. There was a lack of clarity about who was leading. There was an overall absence of a sufficiently organised response. Nobody knew, in essence, who was in charge. Who do you go to in order to get decisions out of the government machine? Would you agree with those sentiments?
That was a general description, 2019 and 2020. I would say it improved, obviously, once the COVID task force was created. That brought in a lot more clarity and the kind of COVID-S, COVID-O. So things certainly improved from the summer, partly thanks to Tom and Helen McNamara and others. But certainly until we did that, it was extremely chaotic.
You attempted, according to your statement, to bring about a major reorganisation in the layout and the structures of Number 10, initially in late January.
Early January, first week of January.
All right, well, late January is taken from your statement. You then returned to this subject in May, and we know, of course, that there were changes to the Cabinet Office structure and to the committee structure in Number 10, or the meeting structure in Number 10. Did you, in general terms, have success in your attempts to reorganise the structures?
I would say generally failure with pockets of success. So I think we managed to create the Number 10 data science team, which I started working on in the first week of January. It was obviously interrupted by the COVID first wave nightmare, but we created that, and that proved really critical. It brought in crucial different skills, crucial different people with a very different mentality to the civil service. So that was a I would say a rare success.
Sorry,
but if you're asking,
just pause there, please, Mr. Cummings. So in relation to the establishment of a proper data science team and a process, a system for getting in data and disseminating it around Number 10,
yeah,
that broadly worked. And we know, of course, there was a dashboard and there was a 10DS team set up.
Yes, in January there was some scepticism about the whole thing in the Cabinet Office and resistance, but once everyone had gone through February, March, April and the nightmare, then actually resistance completely flipped, and the Cabinet Secretary and many other senior people actually completely supported doing it.
Were there substantive changes to the personnel in Number 10 or the Cabinet Office? The human resource side?
Yeah, there were huge changes in the Cabinet Office, and core teams that were put in charge of COVID were repeatedly created, repeatedly dissolved. We were repeatedly told in Number 10 that they'd had burned out from stress and they'd gone. So yes, there was, I would say until by September, that was a little bit more stable. The task force structure existed. People had a much better sense of what their job was. It was still dysfunctional in various ways, but it was much different than it had been in May.
What about the Department of Health and Social Care as the lead government department? Your statement states that the DHSC was overwhelmed by the scale of the crisis in February to May. It couldn't build capacity on testing, on drugs, and was bad at asking the Cabinet Office for help. When it became apparent that the DHSC was unable to discharge the heavy burden placed on it as the lead government department, why were changes not instituted?
Well, I think the Cabinet Office was... Remember, the Cabinet Office is responsible for dealing with a problem like that, and the Cabinet Office itself was overwhelmed. It was overwhelmed by the crisis. It was overwhelmed by its own staff being out with COVID. It was overwhelmed by internal ructions about how the hell this had all been allowed to happen. So I think the Cabinet Office was slow in getting to grips with the problem of the Department of Health. I think, though, also undoubtedly, I'm afraid, that the story that the Secretary of State for Health kept telling us around the Cabinet table contributed to that. As the Cabinet Secretary himself said, Hancock has not been clear in asking us for the help he needs, and that's contributed to the problem. So I think, as they say in Moscow, everyone's white and everyone's unhappy. This was one of those examples that the Cabinet Office had serious problems, the Department of Health had serious problems. The coordinating mechanism to solve that itself had crumbled under the pressure.
It is very obvious that there were a large number of criticisms made by you of the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Matt Hancock. We'll look at some of those observations later. Where did you or Number 10, however, suggest structural changes to the lead government department, to the DHSC, changes in the way in which it operated in order to ensure a better service in the face of this crisis? Where is that debate? Where were those changes proposed?
So also bear in mind, in April, when we really started to discuss this, I discussed it with the Cabinet Secretary. Of course, the PM had just nearly died and was off in Chequers. So discussing it was inevitably very tricky. But I talked to the Cabinet Secretary in April about these issues. We discussed the possibility of splitting up the Department of Health in various ways. Formally, informally, we discussed creating various task forces to take critical work away. And of course, we actually did that. In an ironically odd way, the scale of the nightmare in March, April actually made it much easier for us to make such a monumental decision as taking vaccines out of the Department of Health and creating a separate task force. Similarly on testing.
To pause you there, I'm going to ask you please to try to keep your answers a little more concise. I appreciate it's difficult. So the way in which task forces were set up was a reflection, if you like, of the understanding that the DHSC was not performing. So you had a test and trace task force, you had a vaccine task force, PPE task force, and so on.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct. But to be fair, not just that they were that they were performing poorly. It was a once-a-century event, and they were clearly overwhelmed. And I think even if you imagined everything had been working 10 times better, there would still have been very powerful arguments for having specific task forces aimed at specific things.
All right. The inquiry's heard a great deal of evidence about the workings of SAGE, and the majority of that evidence has been received from members of SAGE, its constituent parts. From the viewpoint of Number 10, did the SAGE government liaison, the process by which the government received advice from SAGE, work well?
So I think SAGE did a brilliant job at coordinating scientific expertise. I think Patrick Vallance did a brilliant job in chairing it and organising it. But I think that the mechanism whereby SAGE's thought processes were conveyed to Number 10 could be radically improved, because they were fundamentally oral briefings from Patrick Vallance and Chris Whitty on the one hand, and the consensus minutes on the other hand, and then often very confused interpretations of what they had heard by officials in the Cabinet Office who did not necessarily have the skills and background and technical understanding to be able to explain those things well to Number 10.
Pausing there, just to split those answers up, please, Mr. Cummings, in relation to the reporting system through the Chief Medical Officer and the government's Chief Scientific Advisor, were those briefings by them to government recorded or were they oral?
What do you mean by recorded? Do you mean minuted?
Well, were they minuted? Did they produce papers in support of everything they said? Or was this funnel of communication largely an oral one?
It was largely an oral one, though, of course, the private secretary would record notes from the meeting and then issue action points and other things in the normal way from the private office.
The SAGE minutes were, as you've described them, consensus documents, and others have described them similarly. Did Number 10 get a proper understanding of the width of debate that had taken place before SAGE and of the nuance of these extremely difficult and complex issues?
In my opinion, obviously not. I mean, there's no substitute for actually listening to these conversations oneself and interrogating people. I'm not saying by that the SAGE minutes themselves were a bad product. I think they were a good product and a useful product. But if you're asking about the nature of a crisis like this involving the Prime Minister having to make extraordinary decisions, he obviously needed much richer information than the SAGE minutes could provide.
You are critical in your statement of the way in which the Cabinet Office commissioned work from SAGE, and you say, on occasion, the wrong questions were asked of SAGE. Mm-hmm. You, and we know, I think, Demis Hassabis, your friend, attended SAGE. Why did no one say to SAGE bluntly and plainly, we want you to indicate much more clearly what your recommendations are. We need a much clearer understanding of what you suggest. And this is the government strategy, so that you know to what you should direct your advice.
Well, with respect, it wasn't my job to try and commandeer SAGE and start giving them orders about how they should operate. I spoke privately to Patrick Vallance about things. I suggested, for example, getting some external people like Gowers and Hassabis to attend and listen and review the papers. But it wasn't for a political advisor to start giving SAGE orders about how it should operate.
Well, if you'll allow me to suggest, Mr. Cummings, you weren't just a political advisor. You were in a position to exercise a significant degree of control and power at the heart of Number 10. If you saw there was a problem in terms of the route of advice and the communications that you were receiving, why was this not publicly raised?
Well, as you know from the various evidence, I sent Ben Warner to attend the meetings and discuss them. I listened to some of them myself. Also, from the beginning of January, I had at least weekly meetings, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week with Patrick, where I would talk to him myself about all sorts of things about science, but also, obviously, as time went on, increasingly about COVID. So I did push on these things, and I did probe, and I did talk to Patrick about them all. My criticism is not of Patrick. I think the fundamental problem was the interface between SAGE, DHSC, and the Cabinet Office. And my point that you refer to in my evidence is, this is not I'm not a technical person, so this is not my expertise I'm reflecting. The data people who were extremely smart and able, who came in to help us, they said to me, the Cabinet Office is asking the wrong questions and misinterpreting the answers. And that was a problem both before the first wave and as we emerged out of the first wave.
You asked your friend Ben Warner to attend SAGE.
I did.
You spoke privately to the government's Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance. You hadn't held back from making recommendations in relation to structural changes that, in your view, were required to be made to the Cabinet Office, to Number 10, to the DHSC. Mm-hmm. Why did you not publicly say there is a real problem with the structural route by which SAGE advises the government, and we are not getting a proper understanding of the picture.
Well, I don't think it would have been a good idea for me to say publicly something like that. But I did
to your
say,
colleagues in government.
I did say that to colleagues in government. I also spoke to Patrick about making the SAGE. I also had a very strong view that the SAGE minutes and other documentation should be made public in February for scrutiny. And actually, Patrick was very good about that, and Patrick completely agreed. Unfortunately, again, the culture of secrecy in the Cabinet Office blocked that, not just February, March, but actually kept blocking it for, I can't remember how long, but for a very long time.
In your statement, in relation to the issue of the substantive advice you received from SAGE, or rather the advice that the government received from SAGE, you say that it was represented to the government that SAGE was broadly in agreement with the strategy of mitigation, and we'll come back in a moment to look at that in more detail, or Plan A, as you call it.
Yeah.
But that subsequently you were told that SAGE members on the SAGE committee, denied that they had been generally in support of a mitigation strategy.
Yes.
When were you told that that representation of SAGE's position was inaccurate?
I'm not sure exactly, but you could start to see it in what they themselves said after the first lockdown happened. From that point on, a lot of people around SAGE started to talk as if they'd been recommending this for a long time, whereas, as you can all see from the evidence, they weren't even recommending it in the week of the 9th of March.
That was obviously an extremely serious problem. The government's sole scientific advisory group for emergencies was not, it would seem to you, and what you were told, accurately giving you a proper reflection of the debate in that committee.
Well, I wouldn't put it like that. I think actually I would say the problem in lots of ways was actually worse than that.
All right.
That it was represented to us, even in the week of the 9th of March, that that SAGE collectively agreed with the DH plan of single peak herd immunity by September. And indeed, as you can see from the public record on YouTube, many people from SAGE actually gave interviews that week articulating that Plan A strategy.
So, at least after the first wave, Mr. Cummings, it was obvious to you that the information that you had received from SAGE on behalf of the government was to some extent inaccurate. It hadn't been a fair reflection on what you've said of the views of its members. SAGE, you say in your statement, had not made plain that there was a viable alternative to mitigation. They had not made plain, at least until quite late in the day, that the numbers of deaths and hospital cases would be massive.
Sorry, the last sentence is not accurate.
Until quite late in the day. When did SAGE tell you that they had concerns that the infection fatality rate and the infection hospitalisation rate would mean an inevitable wave of death and hospital cases?
I don't remember the exact date, but if you look at multiple graphs from COBRA that went through SAGE, you can see that people were envisaging a scale of death that would overwhelm the NHS, certainly in February.
Late February, wasn't it, Mr. Cummings?
I would say early February.
Well, we'll have a look and you can tell us where those documents are. Did SAGE tell you that effectively there was no means of controlling the virus once it had reached the United Kingdom?
I wouldn't say that SAGE told us that. I would say that that Number 10 was told that that was the consensus view of CCS in the Cabinet Office and Department of Health and SAGE, that fundamentally, Number 10 was told in January and February that the most significant danger that we faced was a second wave happening later in 2020. And that was what everyone was trying to avoid. And that's why the single peak single major peak by September approach was taken.
We'll come back to that doctrinal debate, that strategy. But I'm asking you, Mr. Cummings, why, if it had become apparent to you that you had not been able to understand accurately what SAGE believed, or you had not received a fair reflection on what SAGE was debating and what it thought, why, after the first wave, did you not bring about changes to the SAGE structure and the advisory structure in the way that you had advocated for the Cabinet Office, the DHSC, Number 10, the Civil Contingency Secretariat, and so on?
Well, I literally did. I mean, we created the data science team, and part of the whole point of the data science team was that you had actual, very deep technical experts that could red team and explore what SAGE was saying and give the Prime Minister advice on what was coming from SAGE, how to interpret it, potential problems with the advice that was coming from SAGE, etc. And that team actually did that job. Excuse me,
that was data within Downing Street. You set up the 10DS, the 10 data system, or 10 Downing Street data system.
Mm-hmm.
What changes did you advocate or propose in relation to the constitution of SAGE and the means by which it informed government of its advice?
So the main thing that I personally did was to institute the 10DS data science team, because that was the exact appropriate kind of thing that Number 10 needed to interpret these scientific and technical questions with skills, with tools that didn't exist at all in January, February, March in Number 10 or the Cabinet Office. I did not regard it as my job to tell the SAGE people and Patrick Vallance how to manage SAGE. My view was that Number 10 and the Prime Minister's Office critically needed deep technical, scientific and data science skills and tools right at the heart of power that could interpret information coming in not just from SAGE, but from everybody all around the whole system, including Test and Trace, including the Joint Biosecurity Centre, and dozens of other entities.
All right. We're going to move on to a new issue, which is the consideration of vulnerable and at-risk groups in the course of the decision-making between February and the lockdown decision of the 23rd of March. Can you tell the inquiry, please, to what degree the position of vulnerable and at-risk groups was considered by decision-makers in Downing Street during the run-up to the decision to impose a national lockdown?
Could you say exactly what you mean by vulnerable and whatever it was? I'm sorry.
Yes. Persons who would be potentially vulnerable to the impact of a lockdown, members of minority ethnic groups, people who are vulnerable in terms of socioeconomic deprivation, victims of domestic abuse, people for whom there was plainly a case to be made that they would require specific consideration in terms of what the impact of the lockdown decision would be.
I would say that entire question was almost entirely appallingly neglected by the entire planning system. There was effectively no plans or any plan even to get a plan for a lot of that. As you could see from the evidence, one of the most appalling things of the whole enterprise in lots of ways was on the 19th of March, when we realised that there was essentially no shielding plan at all, and the Cabinet Office was trying to block us creating a shielding plan. I think there was a brilliant young woman in the Number 10 private office called Alexandra Burns who tried to raise warnings about things like wives who are being abused and children in care and a lot of similar things, and I don't think the system ever properly listened to her.
Do you recall when the Prime Minister was advised of the risk of long-term sequelae arising from COVID infection?
So I don't know what sequelae means.
Consequences. So persons who suffered from what is now known as the syndrome long COVID. When was it first understood that there could be long-term health problems, health conditions associated with it?
It was obviously discussed in January in general terms, in the sense of Patrick and Chris and others saying to us, of course, we don't know what the long-term consequences of this might be. They essentially said, there's kind of problem A, how many people it just kills immediately, but then there's problem B, what the long-term health consequences may be. At the moment, obviously, by definition, we've got no data and information on that. So we knew of it as a general problem in January, but it really kind of bubbled up, I would say, but I'm guessing, I'm not sure if that's helpful, in roughly May.
I think in May, the Prime Minister shared on a WhatsApp group with you, the Chief Scientific Advisor, the Chief Medical Officer, you and Matt Hancock WhatsApp group, an FT article entitled Mystery of Prolonged COVID-19 Symptoms. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
What about the issue of the disproportionate number of deaths in the black and minority ethnic communities?
I mean, it was discussed after the first wave.
When did it first become apparent that there was a disproportionate fatality rate in those communities?
I can't remember, I'd be guessing, but I think the data that came out of the first wave showed that that was an issue.
All right. Preparedness. Much of your statement focuses on your opinion that there had been a critical failure to plan for the type of pandemic which, in the event, ensued, and an absence of critical capabilities, as you describe them. In essence, that in January and February 2020, there was no system, no plan, no structure in place that could have allowed either the borders to be sealed or for any kind of scaled up test and trace process. Dealing with those two aspects in turn, in relation to the borders, the material shows that in Downing Street there was regular reconsideration of what could be done in terms of keeping the virus out of our border. What was the advice that was received from SAGE as to whether or not that would be an efficient or effective process?
It was twofold. First of all, it was that, threefold. First of all, we didn't actually have the capability to do it because obviously Britain has not been able to control its borders for many years. It doesn't have data to do it, doesn't have infrastructure to do it in general, never mind for a pandemic. So, first of all, there wasn't the capability. Second, we were told, even if we had the capability, it would only delay things by a relatively trivial amount. And third, of course, people at that time, the reaction from a lot of people was closing the borders is racist. You remember when the supermodel Caprice said on TV, why aren't we closing the borders? A lot of people, public health experts, mocked her as if she was an idiot. That was the prevailing conventional wisdom from the public health system, and was reflected, the dismissal of Caprice, I would say, was reflected in number 10 by the public health system. And of course, if you're going for a single wave herd immunity by September fundamental strategy, then faffing around at the borders wasn't regarded as relevant or coherent with such a strategy.
By that, do you mean if the strategy of the government was to accept that by mitigating the worst severity of that first wave of the virus and thereby allowing a proportion of the population to become infected nevertheless, there was no point in trying to shut our borders because part of that strategy entailed allowing part of the population to become infected. Is that
correct? That's what the Prime Minister and I were told. And, yeah.
But SAGE and NervTag specifically advised the government against border screening because they took the view that it would be ineffective. You can't test in the absence of a testing system for asymptomatic patients. You can conceal your symptoms. You may even become infected on a plane and no symptoms will show until after you've arrived. So did the government not appreciate that in practical terms, such a step would be extremely difficult to put into practice?
Well, yes, we would I'm not sure if I've misunderstood, but one of us has misunderstood. We were told that it was impossible. We were told the British state couldn't do it in January. We didn't have the infrastructure to do it. They didn't have the tests to do it. Didn't have any of the things that you need to do it to control the border. But at the same time, it wasn't regarded as a big problem, given that people didn't want to control the border anyway.
Is that fair, Mr. Cummings? Sage and NervTag produced papers which were sent to the government and which you presumably saw, setting out why in practice screening, restrictions, or even an elemental quarantine system would not work in practice. It wasn't a doctrinal position, was it?
No, well, I think that obviously if you're just saying, do you actually control the borders, does that solve the problem? Of course the answer is no. And if you're looking at just at the specific issue of what the effect of controlling the borders would be, then of course the answer is clear, and what Sage and NervTag said, Surge and NervTag said makes sense. But that's obviously not the real question. The real question is, should you have the capabilities like Singapore or Taiwan to combine actual serious border control with a domestic test and trace regime and the data to support it and all the other things you need to support it, and then roll out mass testing? If you had the capability to do that, which I very strongly suggest this country ought to acquire, then obviously controlling the borders is a critical issue.
Mr. Cummings, without a scaled up test, trace, contact, isolate system, shutting the borders will not suffice on
Correct.
itself. So the problem here was not that there was a doctrinal decision not to consider shutting the borders. It was that in practice it would do no good, and without a test, trace, contact, isolate system, and there was none, it would never work.
Correct.
Is that the nub of the issue?
It's half of the nub of the issue, but the other half of the nub is that if you regard the whole thing in a fatalistic way anyway, which DH and the Cabinet Office and Sage did at the beginning, and you think that there is no effective alternative to herd immunity, if you say that at an overall conceptual level, there's either A, shape a curve towards herd immunity, or B, try to build your way out of the problem. The entire system in January, February, early March thought that the only plausible approach to this was to shape the curve of herd immunity. No one thought it was really practical to build our way out of the problem. The fundamental U-turn that we shifted to was to try and build our way out of it instead of fatalistically accepting.
The material shows that you spent a great deal of time in April, May, June, trying to get on top of the test problem.
Yeah.
At what point in January and February, or indeed even March, did the penny drop in the government that the absence of a scaled up or significant test and trace system effectively meant there was no means of controlling the virus once it had reached the United Kingdom?
Well, of course, until the week of the 9th of March, the entire system was just sort of rolling along the single peak strategy by September. And there were conversations and references before that week to, we've obviously got to do more testing. But that wasn't that was more just sort of, we need more tests for the NHS and maybe a few thousand and blah, blah, blah. It wasn't conceived, testing wasn't conceived at the end of February, beginning of March, in the context that it would be seen in April, May, June, i.e. scaling to hundreds of thousands, then millions, then potentially tens of millions. I think what really brought it home, certainly to me in the PM, was when we were suddenly told in that week of the 9th, and it was one of the things that involved pennies dropping, that essentially testing had been stopped.
12th of March.
Yes, if you say so. I mean, it was around then.
And so that we can understand the importance of this issue, is it your position that If there had been a sophisticated, competent system for test, trace, isolate in existence or brought into existence in January, February, March, and other countries, the inquiry is aware, did precisely that. South Korea is a very good example. It may not have been necessary to go the whole hog and to mandate the imposition of a national lockdown, because the means of controlling the virus would have been at hand with the test and trace system, and therefore no need to control it with a lockdown.
Yes, my view is that what ought to have happened is that as soon as the first reports came at the end of December, on roughly New Year's Eve 2019, we should have immediately closed down flights to China. We should immediately have had a very, very hardcore system at the airports and borders. And there should have been a whole massive testing infrastructure ramping up, both for test and trace in a kind of conventional sense, but also a manufacturing and industrial capacity system to manufacture the rapid tests at scale. I mean massive scale of tens of millions a week. I think if you'd had that combination of actual serious border control, and this country for the first time ever actually controlling its borders and taking it seriously with test and trace, and then a kind of out of the box, here's how you massively scale rapid testing, and you put all of those things together, brackets arguably also with human challenge trials on vaccines, close brackets, then I think in retrospect that's clearly there would have been a much better approach, not just in terms of deaths, but also in terms of us being able to keep open the economy, to a massively greater extent than we were able to. So it would have been better in both ways.
You say, Mr. Cummings, in retrospect, no one, not even you, with your keenness to ensure that the government system could be made to work efficiently, appreciated in February, March, that without such a scaled-up test and trace system, the options for the United Kingdom government were going to be extremely limited indeed.
So I wouldn't quite put it like that. We did appreciate that we didn't have these things. And there are, as you can see, there are references from me to Singapore and whatnot in multiple groups and emails and whatnot. And people like Mark Warner were saying to me, why is there just this fatalism on the subject?
Slow down.
So we were aware of it.
But nothing could be done.
But it was all obviously too late. You can't just pull a system like this out of thin air in a few days.
Conceptually, doctrinally, the British government's position in February and the early part of March had been viruses come in waves. In order to ensure that the first wave doesn't strike us during the winter months, the best policy is to mitigate it, to take the top off, delay it so it's closer to the summer, and that way we'll avoid the risk of that wave, if it is completely suppressed, recoiling like an uncoiled spring later in the year with a devastating second wave. Plan A. Why was it not appreciated after March and April and the first wave that such a test and trace system would avoid the risk of a second devastating wave?
Well, with respect, I think it was appreciated, certainly in parts of the system. I mean, you can see I wrote it on whiteboards around about the 13th, 14th of March as part of shifting to Plan B. So, so people in the Department of Health and elsewhere were building up testing in February, early March. There were plans to do that, but they were not thinking at that time about test and trace. Once we made this flip around about the 13th to the 15th, I talked to the PM about it on Saturday the 14th of March, and Valence and I talked to the PM about it on Sunday the 15th of March as part of this different conceptual approach of building our way out of the problem.
You misunderstand me. During that first stage with Plan A, with mitigation, the argument being put against suppression was it'll recoil like an uncoiled spring with a devastating second wave. If you push the first wave down, it'll spring back.
Yes.
So before the change in strategy, why was it not understood? Well, don't worry. we will deal with the first wave, but by the time the second wave comes along, if it does recoil like an uncoiled spring, we can deal with it with a proper test and trace system. Why wasn't that debate had when the government was still in the first strategic response?
So if you're asking why were we not talking about test and trace before roughly, say, the 13th of March, yes. The answer is because no one, before, remember, in the first time that there was no plan for lockdown at all in the week of the 9th. The plans for lockdown only came after we started to change. So there was no, the whole point of the problem up to the week of the 9th was that the whole system fatalistically thought there was no way you could possibly do a lockdown in Britain. It was thought of as the completely crazy idea. So of course people were not thinking, well, let's do lockdown and then build test and trace. Everyone thought, well, we obviously can't do lockdown, and lockdown's mad because it will all come back.
But they were thinking about, and they were advocating, suppression. That is to say, the squashing down completely of a first wave.
No, sorry, no. Who do you think was arguing for that?
The one-wave strategy, Mr. Cummings, envisaged a mitigation, and then this argument arose as to whether or not a suppression strategy which allowed the wave to recoil, the spring to uncoil, would result in a second devastating wave. So why was there not a debate about what could be done to prevent that second wave? Why was it not thought about?
Well, I think I'm not quite. Possibly I'm confused by your language. I don't know. I'm not quite understanding your question. But I'll try and put it this way. Up to and including the week of the 9th, the assumption was that, so you're suggesting there was some great debate. The whole point was there wasn't a debate. There was an assumption across government, across the Cabinet Office, Department of Health and SAGE, that lockdown was impossible in a Western country. Anyway, we didn't have all of the things that you needed in place to actually do it. You didn't have test and trace and whatnot that you'd need to have afterwards. That vaccines were almost definitely not going to have any impact, at least in 2020 and possibly never. So the whole point was that up to and including the week of the 9th, that the debate you keep referring to, there wasn't a debate. That was the whole problem. There wasn't a debate about the fundamental assumptions underlying Plan A. There wasn't a debate until me and others started saying, hang on a second, if you actually follow the logic of what Plan A is, it's going to be a catastrophe. And we have to ask these questions and we have to consider an alternative Plan B. But before that, there was no debate about this. It was just assumed.
There was a debate at the scientific level between mitigation and suppression. But it may be that that debate and the merits of mitigation versus suppression simply didn't reach your level in government.
Well,
and that you weren't aware the scientists were debating the pros and cons of mitigation versus suppression.
Of course, it was discussed by people, but as you can see in all of the SAGE, in all of the SAGE and DH documents, the assumption from everybody was that it was simply completely impractical, and everyone was still on the mindset of a flu pandemic. So, of course, there were debates, in one sense going on, and there were scientists, et cetera, but the core of what we were presented with in number 10 was there is unanimity between the Cabinet Office, Department of Health and SAGE behind the propositions that the real danger is a second wave in the winter, and therefore you have to manage a single peak strategy so there's herd immunity by September. That was the core argument that we were presented with. And that was never really proper. The first time I actually really saw that being tested was on the 18th of March when Dominic said to SAGE, essentially, I think this whole plan is mad and you should immediately lock down, like now, this hour, tell the PM to do it immediately. And that kicked off various discussions.
And the consequence of the absence of debate, the failure to consider any alternative, the failure to consider strategic options other than mitigation and squash the sombrero, was that there was a woeful absence of plan, any sort of written document for dealing with controlling borders, protecting care homes, shielding, quarantine?
Correct. I mean, I would say it's actually worse than that, and sort of doubly ironic, because if Plan A had been what ended up being Plan B, i.e., we'd actually got on top of it and controlled it, and you had a test and trace infrastructure and everything else, then there would actually be a much stronger argument for saying, well, a lot of the shielding stuff we don't need, a lot of this we don't need, a lot of that we don't need, because we've actually controlled the virus.
Mr. Cummings, please slow down. You're making it extremely difficult to record your evidence. And to be fair...
Well, sorry, just to finish that point, because it's important. The situation is worse than what you're describing, because if you are not going to control the virus, if you are not going to have test and trace, if you are just going to have single peak herd immunity by September, it actually makes the lack of a plan for shielding and care homes and everything else even more crackers. Do you see my point?
Yes. And to be fair, you texted Mr. Hancock on the 23rd of January about the existence, the whereabouts of pandemic plans and preparations. I think you asked, to what extent have you investigated preparations for something terrible like Ebola or flu pandemic? And you were reassured that there were full plans up to and including pandemic levels, prepped and refreshed. It became obvious, and it's obvious from your statement, that you appreciated that there were no plans of the type that you've described. By the middle of March, so 16th of March, a week before the national lockdown, had number 10 still been provided, or had it been provided in any way, with departmental plans, Cabinet Office plans from line departments dealing with these various aspects of a coronavirus pandemic?
Essentially, no. There were odd dribs and drabs came in. You can see from various evidence of texts and emails from me. After talking to Hancock, I pushed on some of these things through February. Imran did as well from private office. But we gradually became aware through the course of February that essentially what Hancock had told me on the 25th, sorry, correction, just on the date, by the way, the inquiry and I have wrongly changed the date from the 25th to the 23rd of that text message. So my statement is now wrong, but it should be 25th, but we'll correct that afterwards. But yes, during the course of the 25th, the course of February, we realised gradually as we pushed and probed and asked questions for these plans that they fundamentally didn't exist. And on the 16th, I think you're probably referring to a shocking email in number 10 that says, essentially, the Civil Contingency Secretariat says that these plans are not even held centrally at all. So it turned out, to our horror, that the system that we'd been told repeatedly in number 10, trust the system, SPAD shouldn't get involved, world leading, best prepared in the world, blah, blah, blah. It then turned out that this supposedly brilliant system, the Civil Contingency Secretariat, had not even seen these documents at that time because they were not held centrally, which was, I mean, when that email was circulated, people thought it was almost like a spoof.
All right. Well, in fact, we do have, of course, your text message to Matt Hancock in his reply. Your very own letter and statement have a screenshot, and it shows the 23rd of January. It says in terms 23rd of January 2020.
It does. The reason for that is...
To what extent have you investigated?
It does. The reason for that is I was told by the inquiry I got the date wrong and I should change it from the 25th to 23rd. But I actually checked it and it should be the 25th.
Don't trouble yourself. Your own screenshot provides the date of the 23rd of January 2020. So there were a number of COBRA meetings at the end of January and the beginning of February. I want to ask you about an important COBRA meeting on the 5th of February, 56215. Page 1 sets out the ministers who attended. Page 2, the officials and those who dialed in. And we can see that on behalf of number 10, Imran Shafi attended, along with Sir Ed Lister. Page 3, the attendees in terms of the chief medical officers. page 5, paragraph 2, the CMO provides an update to COBRA, providing information about the number of individuals who had died and how long they had been in hospital before they died. This is all to do, of course, with cases abroad, and particularly China. The two most high-risk groups appear to be the elderly and those with pre-existing illnesses. If you could scroll back out, page 6, between paragraphs 9 and 11, there was a debate about planning for a reasonable worst-case scenario. And the director of the Civil Contingency Secretariat sets out the planning priorities for the work underway to develop planning assumptions for the pandemic flu reasonable worst-case scenario. There was then a debate about communication strategy, an emergency bill, and work with local resilience forums. On this day, or the day after, you sent a text to a WhatsApp group, the Number 10 Action WhatsApp group, saying, the chief scientist told me today it's probably out of control now and will sweep world. Were you aware of the tenor of the debate and what was being discussed in COBRA on the 5th of February?
Probably. I mean, I don't remember that particular. All of these meetings now, I'm afraid, blur into one another.
Had you seen this minute of the 5th of February COBRA, you would immediately have understood that the thinking expressed in this meeting was not that which you had been told, which was to the effect that the virus was probably out of control now and will sweep the world. Did that not concern you?
Yes.
What did you do around the 5th and 6th of February to say, this COBRA appears to be proceeding on an incomplete, inaccurate basis? It isn't reflecting what I understand to be the reality, which is that the virus is probably out of control and will sweep the world.
So I can't remember exact. Obviously now it's 3 years ago. I can't remember the exact days and whatnot, but around this time, so I spoke to Patrick before obviously that text was sent. I spoke to Patrick again. I probably spoke to him each day actually, 5th, 6th, 7th. We had a conversation about this and about the briefing of the PM. Patrick and I agreed that we thought the PM had not been sufficiently briefed on a lot of this, on these questions, and we were concerned about it. And we agreed that I would fix up for there to be a meeting as soon as possible with the PM in his office, and that meeting happened on, I mean, it'll be in the documents, I can't remember exactly when, but very, very shortly after this. I think Patrick said to me something like, you know, this needs to happen straight away. It's possible that that was the Friday, and I think I organised it for the Monday, but my recollection of the exact dates could be a bit off.
There was a meeting on the 10th of February.
Is that the Monday?
10:45 and 11:15. That could possibly be a Monday or maybe a Tuesday, so that would fit with what you've said. There was another COBRA meeting on the 18th of February, 56227, pages 1 to 3 give us the attendees, and page 5 gives us a sense of what was being discussed. Repatriation of British nationals. And then over the page, legislation, a debate about the drawing up of a bill to be employed in a reasonable worst-case scenario. And then over the page, please, page 7. Planning for a reasonable worst-case scenario, next phase. The Civil Contingency Secretariat said there was work to be done to create a clear plan of activity from the moment of sustained transmission to its estimated peak. Was there an understanding in number 10 that a debate about repatriation and the drawing up of appropriate legislation and the drawing up of plans to deal with a reasonable worst-case scenario did not really reflect what needed to be done in response to the information that was then available.
Certainly by some of us in number 10 at that time, there was, yes. But remember, an awful lot of the senior people in the centre of Whitehall were off on holiday at this time.
The Prime Minister, the evidence shows, received a note in his box on the 30th of January, around about the same time, about coronavirus. He expressed the view on the 31st of January that he wanted to spend more time discussing issues with ministers, and then he received an update on the 3rd of February from the Civil Contingency Secretariat. There was then an email with an update on the 8th of February, and the meeting on the 10th of February to which you have referred. We'll just have a look at the diary for that, 136739. This is the diary for the Prime Minister between the 10th of February and Friday the 14th of February. On the 10th of February, so you're right, it's a Monday, 10:45 to 11:15, coronavirus update. Before he went to Cheveney, which he did on the 14th of February, he received a note in his box, 136743, page 4. Coronavirus international response. Containment of the virus in China is a key part of preventing the spread of the outbreak to the United Kingdom. If what you were told by the chief scientist was right, the chief scientific advisor was right, Mr. Cummings, that there was an inevitability or a probable inevitability to the virus sweeping the world, then any debate about whether or not the virus could be contained in China was out of date. Why was the Prime Minister not told? Evidence is now emerging that this virus is out of control and will likely sweep the world, and debate about international repatriation and drafting of legislation and doctrinal identification of reasonable worst-case scenarios is behind us. We need to deal with that loss of control.
Well, I think there was still an awful lot of. So at the meeting that Patrick and I asked for on the 10th, from memory, these things were discussed. But remember, at that point, it was still not at all seen in Whitehall like this is going to be. Nobody really in Whitehall thought that a month from now we're going to be in the biggest crisis the country's seen since 1945. The view was much more that if this is really going to happen, it's not going to happen for months. And you can see repeated references in documents to number 10 and the Prime Minister that refer to, well, if there is sustained community transmission in Britain, then the crisis will come sort of 2 or 3 months after, which is repeated in various documents. I remember at this point, although there was, in fact, we now know, sustained transmission in this country at that time, that was not known then. So the whole system was, at this point, and not just now, but 3 weeks after this point, still thinking of this as something that was going to land on people in May, June, not something that was going to overwhelm everybody in mid-March.
You had sent a text to the number 10 Action WhatsApp group on the 6th of February saying, the chief scientist told me today it's probably out of control now and will sweep the world. Mm-hmm. You plainly told the other communicants to that WhatsApp group of what you had been told by the chief scientist.
Yeah.
But during this next week, before the Prime Minister departed for Cheveney, why was that message not being re-communicated to him in notes that were sent to him? Why was he not being told in this note, well, the chief scientist's view is probably going to sweep the world. It's coming.
Well, I think it was just part of the general view from the Department of Health and the Cabinet Office that this was all still, murky and in the future. They weren't banging alarm bells at this point. Far from it. They were going skiing.
Why weren't you, though, Mr. Cummings? You were the one who had spoken to the chief scientist or received a text from him.
Well, as you can see, I spoke to the chief scientist on multiple occasions, and I organised a meeting for him and Whitty to come in and talk to the PM and as they requested.
In the notes that went to the Prime Minister around the same time, why did you, as his advisor, perhaps chief advisor, not tell him? My information is containment has failed, the virus is coming.
Well, I did tell him that.
It's not here.
Well, the fact that things are not written down doesn't mean that they weren't communicated. Obviously, I was talking to the Prime Minister about all sorts of things all the time, and things that as I said, I was having repeated conversations with Patrick, many of which are not actually recorded in diaries from early January onwards. So lots of things like this I passed on. But overall, as you can see, the system was not in emergency mode at this time.
Do you accept that there is no formal communication to the Prime Minister from anybody at this stage saying the information from the Chief Scientist is to the effect that containment has likely failed?
I mean, you have the documents, not me, so I'm sure if you say so, I'm sure that's right.
And then the Prime Minister went to Cheveney.
If you're moving
Yes.
on, Mr. Keith, I think probably time
Lady
for a
of
break.
course.
Sorry to interrupt. 3:15, please.
All right.
Mr Keith.
So, Mr Cummings, by the 17th of February, some members of SPI-MO and SAGE were reporting the belief that there was already sustained transmission in the United Kingdom. On the 21st of February, news emerged of a cluster of locally transmitted cases in Lombardy in Italy, and a lockdown began there, you'll recall, of a number of municipalities. And on the 23rd of February, the DHSC reported 13 cases in the United Kingdom. The paperwork shows that the pace of the government tempo, the tempo of work in government, declined notably between the 14th of February and the 24th of February, which coincidentally is half term. Why was that?
I think it was a combination of, as I said earlier, the general perception of the senior people handling this in the Cabinet Office, DH, at the time, was that if this proved to be a big problem, and it still was an if, then it was seen as really quite a distant problem. It was not seen as an emergency crisis. And secondly, as you remark, I did not go on holiday, but many of the senior people were on holiday during that time, including the PM.
There was no COBRA between the 18th of February and the 26th of February, was there?
Don't know.
There were no cabinets. There were no cabinet meetings during that time, do you recall?
Don't recall.
There were no notes sent to the Prime Minister or emails between the 14th of February and the 24th of February.
I find that, I think that's more likely to be a gap in the paperwork than reflecting reality.
In relation to coronavirus?
Don't know.
He went to Cheveney on the 14th of February. He returned to Downing Street 3 times for work. His diary shows that there were a handful of meetings while he was in Cheveney. But he received from his team in Downing Street absolutely nothing in relation to coronavirus between the 14th of February and the 24th of February. You were part of that team. Why was he not kept in the loop in relation to the developing crisis? Well,
partly for the reasons I've already said. It wasn't seen as an imminent crisis in the Cabinet Office and by the systems responsible for dealing with crises. When he did briefly reappear for meetings, or for example on the meltdown in the Home Office, Imran and I did talk to him about coronavirus, and we did try and get into his head that this was a growing problem and had not gone away.
You say there was a lack of understanding that there was a crisis. You had received text messages or information yourself that the virus was probably out of control. COBRA had been reporting that there was now clear evidence of sustained transmission outside China. You knew, and Number 10 knew, that the virus had exploded in Italy. And you knew there were cases already in the United Kingdom. How can it possibly have been thought that there was no crisis?
Well, as I said, round about when the Prime Minister went away on holiday after the reshuffle, around about sort of 13th, 14th, 13th, 14th of February looked very, very different to 28th of February. So things evolved a lot over that period of time. You are, of course, I mean, your fundamental point is obviously correct, that there was indeed a massive crisis. It was indeed pretty insane that so many of the senior people were away on holiday at that time. But it's also important to realise that it's not like the Civil Contingencies Secretariat or the National Security Council or any of the organisations in charge of this were beating the drum and saying, we've got to get the PM back, this is a massive crisis. In fact, quite the opposite. As Patrick Vallance and others have pointed out, apart from me, the NSC and other things were treating it like the rest of Whitehall was. Like, maybe this will be a big problem, but if it is, it's going to be in May or June.
If it was insane, as you've described it, for them to be away, to be on holiday, or whatever everybody was doing, and for there to be a complete absence of administrative push in relation to coronavirus during that 10-day period, why weren't you banging on the metaphorical door of Cheveney saying, you've got to come back? We have a crisis. This virus is about to overrun us.
Well, I was talking to all sorts of people in that period. I was not on holiday, and I was pushing and talking to Patrick and other people. But I did not regard, and neither did other people, we did not think that asking the PM to come back and talk to Cobra or Whitehall in general at that point would have been productive. In fact, I thought it would have been counterproductive, because I thought he would have said to everybody what he thought at the time, which was, this is another swine flu, it's all another rubbish media hoax, nothing will happen, blah, 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 blah. The real danger is the economy getting talked into a slump. I thought that if he came back from Chevening and said that to Cobra or to any other part of government, it would be counterproductive rather than helpful.
So are you saying you did actively consider the possibility of asking him to come back and talk to Cobra or Whitehall?
Yes, it was discussed while he was away.
With who?
I discussed it with Imran and I discussed it with Martin and others in number 10.
Is there any record or any note whatsoever of that debate, Mr. Cummings?
Don't know.
Are you surprised to hear that there is no note, as far as we can tell, of asking the Prime Minister to come back and take charge of the crisis?
No, not surprising, because there were conversations. It wasn't, there was people all in the same, sitting next to each other at work.
Well, you're not averse to sending WhatsApps and texts 24 hours a day, Mr. Cummings.
No, I'm not. But as I say, I was sitting right next to Martin and Imran. I didn't have to. This was conversations that we had around the office at that time.
INQ 236371, WhatsApp messages, number 10 action, page 47, on the 27th of February, after his return from Cheveney. Mr. Johnson said, in response to a suggestion from Lee Cain, I think a Monday coronavirus Cobra meeting with the Prime Minister as chair, very important to show grip, suggested to Martin Reynolds earlier, so think he's handling. Dominic Cummings, yeah, we should pencil in an interview early next week on this too. We've got to sort stuff out over the next few days, but Monday must be a new level. And Mr. Johnson says at the end of this particular thread, not sure if it can wait till Monday. There's no reference there to the possibility that he'd been asked to come back earlier, or that there should be a Cobra while he was in Cheveney. Is there?
No.
And he asked, or he said, I'm not convinced we're showing grip on Corona. We need to have a Cobra. Not sure it can wait until Monday. There had been 4 Cobras already, had there not?
I don't know how many there'd been.
Well, you know that there were 4 or 5 Cobras up to that point.
Yeah, something like that.
But he had hitherto not shown any inclination to take a grip by chairing a Cobra himself.
Correct.
On page 48...
Nor was, to be fair to him, nor was the system generally pushing him to.
Well, your evidence is that you might not have wanted him to chair a Cobra in any event because you were fearful for what he might say.
Correct, but I would say that's unofficial conversations. My point was the official system wasn't pushing him to try and do a Cobra, as far as I recall. But we also weren't trying to push the official system to do it because we were fearful that it would actually be counterproductive.
So you were in part responsible for him not having chaired Cobra hitherto.
That's a funny interpretation to put on it, but...
Well, you didn't want him to. You were fearful of what he might do if he was allowed to chair Cobra.
As I said, the system wasn't pushing him to, and I didn't think it was wise to try and force the system to change its mind. I thought it would be counterproductive.
On page 48, one further page on, please. You return to your usual theme of Mr. Hancock. is a know-nothing on comms, and he's totally failed with the Corona comms team. I'm having to convene meetings to sort shit out this afternoon. Mr. Johnson asked for a conference call at 5. Could you scroll back out, please? At the bottom of the page, Lee Cain, can we have a PM update call today? Mr. Johnson, frankly, there is no limit to the stuff I'm willing to do to show we are gripping this. By this time, Mr. Cummings, it was becoming apparent that there was a complete absence of planning or of significant plans. There had been, well, it was evident that there was no means of controlling the spread of the virus once it had reached the United Kingdom. It was plain that there was sustained community transmission from the number of cases the DHC were reporting by the end of February. Why was the Prime Minister left in a position in which only now he was saying there's nothing I won't do to try to get a grip on this crisis?
Well, I think I've already explained a few, the fundamentals of this. The system didn't regard it as a crisis while he was on holiday. The system didn't push him to come back from his holiday. However, in the last week of February, everything started to move dramatically differently. As you referred to, everything kind of kicked off in northern Italy. And crucial in terms of the PM, the media suddenly were all over this, and it was suddenly dominating. And that meant that Whitehall in general then shifted. We in Number 10 were starting to realise that all sorts of things were problematic. For example, PHE, the agency in charge of, nominally in charge of dealing with this, had come to Number 10 and to me asking for help with the communications plan for coronavirus. That's what that reference was to regarding Hancock and Co. So we were starting to, and also, as you know, there's an email from that on the 25th of February, I was saying, where are all of these red teams? Where's all of this testing and whatnot that Hancock promised us existed? Where are these documents? And we, Number 10, was starting to get a feel for the absence of things and a feel for the fact that the first wave of all the communications plans was a nightmare, etc.
Mr. Cummings, you say the system didn't push him to come back. The system didn't regard it as a crisis. The system didn't do that. But you were part of the system. Why weren't you pushing for these things?
Pushing for what?
For him to come back and take a grip on the crisis.
I've already explained that I regarded him coming back at a time when the system was not pushing him to say this is a crisis. If he'd come back on the 15th of February, he'd have said what he'd already been saying in the previous 10 days, which is, this is all balls, it's all swine flu, the real danger is the economy, blah, 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 blah. So that would have been, to me, highly counterproductive, given that me and Patrick and others were very worried about it. Of course, these things are a very fine balancing act. And you can see the problems we had on this with the handshaking, which happens, roughly at this time, where I tried to push him on handshaking, and then it completely boomeranged. So we had to be very careful in how we handled this nightmare problem.
You say that there was a step change, or rather the system changed direction in the first week in March. But the government published on the 2nd of March a coronavirus action plan, contain, delay, mitigate, which was described by Mr. Warner in an email to you and others that it wasn't a plan, it was a communication framework.
Yeah.
You understood perfectly well that it wasn't much of a plan, it was a comms plan, if it was anything. Did you alert people to the fact that a plan for contain, delay, mitigate was likely to be of little use, given that containment had already failed?
There were certainly, at this time, growing conversations, this time, i.e. when this plan was published. As you refer to, Ben Warner was immediately astonished when he saw this document. Other people in Number 10, similarly Imran and others. And this contributed to our growing sense that, hang on a second, we've been told that we're the best prepared in the world. We've been told that all of these things exist. This document is obviously pretty much a joke. like, what the hell is going on? So yes, at that time, there was an exponential curve of the virus, but there was also an exponential curve of alarm in the PM's office and elsewhere in the system.
Where are the emails from you saying, as the chief advisor of the Prime Minister, our sole and primary coronavirus action plan, contain, delay, mitigate, is a joke?
I don't know if there are such emails.
During the course of that week, more and more evidence came to light, both of the spread of the virus in Italy, which had increased fivefold. More measures were proposed to combat the spread of COVID in the Lombardy and other northern provinces. And as you've described in your statement, Mark Warner and you debate on the 7th of March your incipient concerns about Plan A. On the 10th of March, so a matter of days after your concern had started to emerge about the whole strategic direction that the government had embarked upon, the Civil Contingency Secretariat prepared a note, 49583, in which the director of the CCS stated in paragraph 1, COVID-19 looks increasingly likely to become a global pandemic, although this is not yet fully certain. The note sets out the views of the CCS as to the need to have fast-track legislation to effectively manage the outbreak. It deals with excess death management and the need for plans to be drawn up. Did you or anybody else push back against this document and say, it is absurd to believe that a COVID-19 global pandemic is not yet fully certain, given the concerns that you were beginning to have?
Yes, throughout this, 9th of March is the Monday. Throughout this week, having, as you say, having spoken to Mark and others over the weekend and over the over the previous week, as you can see from multiple messages from this day onwards, I was very concerned, and this document also was one of many documents that appeared at that time that seemed to some of us in Number 10 to make clear that the system was miles off the pace.
Because they no longer, well, they simply didn't reflect the change in thinking or the emerging understanding as to how far the virus had spread and the absence of means to control it.
Also, I think a really crucial and underrated aspect is the speed. You know, one of the things that's very striking looking back, preparing for this, is how even in the week of, even when you go forward a week to the 16th, and indeed even if you go forward another week to the 23rd, the week of the lockdown, there are still documents repeatedly coming through from CCS and COBRA and the Cabinet Office showing the crisis peaking in end of May, beginning of June. And I think this is really critical to understand. The fact that that was still on graphs in the week of the 26th is genuinely astonishing in retrospect, because of course it's completely false. What a critical thing at this point on the 9th was that partly because Mark Warner, at this point, he had his data team embedded with the NHS, and they were getting better and better data out of the NHS. This is the period when we in Number 10, to some extent, started to short-circuit the Cabinet Office system and CCS, because we were getting information directly from the NHS. And we started to realise, hang on, there is a fundamental mismatch between the shape of the curve that's coming out of these graphs coming from COBRA and the Cabinet Office, peaking at the end of May, June, and the information that we're getting from the NHS, which is showing that the crisis is almost upon us. So this was increasingly alarming all the way through this. On the 9th, I think it was, I asked Imran, again, this was not supposed to be a job for SPADS and it was not supposed to be a job for Number 10. And I said to Imran, please get in touch with Simon Stevens' office and get data directly from Stevens' office to here so that we can see what they're talking about. You can also see chatter between Warner and Patrick on this exact subject.
Pause there. That's a very long answer. I'm going to ask you about Ben Warner. He received an email from Professor Neil Ferguson on the 10th of March in which Professor Ferguson asked him to show or to distribute to the Prime Minister and Cabinet documents relating to the surge demand and daily number of deaths that were likely. So that was another source of information coming into number 10 at that time.
Yeah.
On the 10th of March, the Cheltenham Festival commenced. And on the same day, Public Health England data presented at SAGE suggested that the true number of cases in the United Kingdom, what was to be measured in the tens of thousands. Professor Ferguson challenged number 10 officials at that SAGE meeting and asked them, do you know what an epidemic with 4,000 to 6,000 deaths per day would feel like? What was the reaction in number 10 when that information was relayed back to you?
Well, it contributed to our growing sense that something had gone horrifically wrong in the communication between SAGE, DHSC, and the Cabinet Office about not just the scale of the problem, but the speed of the problem.
Was there then a reconsideration of the wisdom of allowing mass gatherings to continue?
It was discussed in the context of the Cheltenham event, but again, the PM was advised at the time that banning mass events would. So what the PM was actually told at that time was, if you ban mass events, PM, then people will just go to pubs instead, and that will be even worse. Of course, now the obvious question is, but why are they all going to pubs? But remember, there was no plan for lockdown on the 9th and the 10th of March. There was no plan for stopping all of these things. So if you're not going, then you can see the kind of twisted logic of, well, don't stop things like Cheltenham or football matches and everything else.
On the 11th of March, you sent a WhatsApp message, 102697, page 17, where you say in the middle of the page, I think it's really important that senior people understand and are able to discuss with Prime Minister this fundamental question. All sensible people can see the trajectory and how social distancing will be needed to flatten the curve. Very sensible people. People are saying the risks of delay are much higher than the risks of going too soon. And then you say in capital letters a little further down the page, why wait 5 days? Why not move now and flatten the curve earlier?
Yeah.
Was your appeal heard, Mr. Cummings?
No.
Why not?
It's a very complex question to which I don't have a clear answer. I think, well, obviously, at this point, SAGE people are still going on TV saying, well, the plan is herd immunity and it makes sense. So the fundamental Plan A strategy was in place on the 11th. But there was also at this point this concept of, quote, behavioural fatigue, unquote, that people kept referring to. And I think this is a really critical question.
Well, then just pause there. On behavioural fatigue, what was the genesis of this notion that if you went too early, people would struggle to sustain their commitment?
So we were told, the PM was told and I was told in this week that it came from SAGE and Spy B. However, obviously, since then, SAGE and Spy B people have all rushed to try and claim that it was not me. So I don't think it's actually been, I don't know what the answer to this is. What I do know is that Patrick and Chris talked about this concept in this week, and this was another red flag for some of us in number 10, because of course some of us had worked on political campaigns and we knew that an awful lot of stuff coming from so-called, quote, behavioural scientists, unquote, turned out to be dodgy science and dodgy papers and dodgy concepts. So we were worried about this, but in that week, a critical meme that kept being repeated was, this has to be done at the right time, this has to be done at the right time.
When you say the PM was told and I was told, so that we are clear, Mr. Cummings, who told you that there was a problem with maintaining commitment?
This was referred to by Patrick and by Chris in their briefings in the PM's office, though they said that this had come from Sage. And of course, they referred to it publicly in various documents.
This was all intimately bound up, of course, with the understanding of herd immunity, the one-way strategy. You've got to allow parts of the population to become infected. That will reduce the risk of an uncoiled second wave and so on and so forth. And at the same time, this idea took hold that you couldn't go too soon because whatever measures were put in place were unsustainable.
So, A, that they might be unsustainable, but B, remember the fundamental distinction that if you're going for a single peak strategy, then they didn't want to go too soon because that would actually suppress things and then the thing would just pop back up straight away.
Indeed.
And that's why when you asked, was my question properly answered? In the all caps here, why not move now and flatten curve earlier? That logic is the logic of Gowers and Hassabis and the Warners. That logic is the logic of if you are actually not going to do a single peak, if you are actually going to try and control it and suppress it now, then the simple logic of exponential curves means that, of course, the sooner you do it, the better. But that was not what the planning assumption was on the 11th.
Were you readily persuaded that the herd immunity approach, or rather the one-wave strategy, was the wrong way to go?
It's obviously very hard to reconstruct psychology exactly, but I would say that by this time of so certainly in the week of the 9th, 10th, 11th, I had growing doubts on an hourly basis. By the 11th, I was pretty much so by the 11th, my view was, I've got an appalling feeling that I'm in one of those like historic catastrophes like July 1914. I'm not completely sure of it, but I've got some very smart people coming to me saying, this is fundamentally the strategy is wrong, misconceived, but also at a practical level at this point, remember, I was sitting in an office and suddenly overhearing people having phone calls about whether local authorities could book out ice rinks and get trucks to carry massive numbers of bodies and store them in ice rinks. These conversations suddenly exploded in the week of the 9th in number 10. So we had on the one hand a fundamental argument, is the strategy misconceived or not? But we also had this sort of growing cascade of nightmare conversations going on around us when we realised that the system was just completely out of control in terms of coping with its original plan A.
Could we have 173144, please, on the screen, page 1? Mr. Hancock, in a WhatsApp message with Damon Poole, dated the 23rd of May, says, herd immunity was never the government strategy, but it was what Dom was pushing until he was finally persuaded to drop it in early March. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, it's obviously laughable.
When did it become apparent that modelling may not have been necessary in order to drive home the point that with the number of deaths and hospital cases that were the inevitable result of the infection fatality rate and the hospitalisation rate, the healthcare system would be likely to be overwhelmed?
So Mark and Ben Warner raised this with me from a kind of week before this point of the 10th, 11th of March. But when it really came home very starkly was after I asked, I think on the Monday, Imran, but somehow between us anyway, Imran and I asked the NHS to provide their data, which for some odd reason hadn't come through. And there's references to that between Warner and Valence as well. That data arrived, and I asked to get Simon Stevens in to present it, which I think happened on the 12th. All the records are a bit iffy on that day for reasons that you're aware of. but when we saw these NHS documents, and Mark Warner explained the background of it, that's what really made things incredibly stark, because you suddenly had these two completely divergent sets of graphs, one from the NHS and one from the COBRA system.
On the 12th, there was a cabinet meeting. On the 11th of March, there was a cabinet meeting, 56132. At page 4, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care said this to Cabinet. You can see about 2/3 of the way down the page. Without these symptoms, the symptoms of a dry cough and a temperature, it was highly unlikely that someone was suffering from coronavirus. By the 11th of March, was it generally well understood in Downing Street that a large percentage, a large proportion of this disease for the viral spread, in fact, was transmitted asymptomatically?
It was, and Mr. Hancock had made this point in multiple ways, and sowed chaos by saying this. He was repeatedly told by Patrick Vallance that what he was saying was wrong, but he kept saying it. He said it here, and if you notice, it makes its way into statements that have been provided to this inquiry. So this false meme lodged itself in crucial people's minds. I don't understand, never understood why Hancock said this, but Patrick Vallance made extremely clear to me and to others in Number 10 that what Hancock was saying was factually wrong.
On the 12th of March, you messaged the Prime Minister raising concerns. Part of the message was put to Mr. Cain earlier in the course of evidence, but I'd like it back, please, on the screen. 48313, page 22. You see there the 12th of March date. This is the reference to the need to chair daily meetings in the Cabinet Room. If you could then go over the page, please, to page 23. The overwhelming danger here is being late and the NHS implodes like a zombie apocalypse film, not being a week early. What did you mean by that?
So, you mean the last message?
Yes.
Well, at this point, we'd got the data that I'd asked for from the NHS, and we'd seen these graphs. And it was clear, it made starker not only the scale of the problem, but also two things. A, that the whole crisis was coming much, much, much faster than we had been told, and that the Cabinet Office understood, and that was on all of these official graphs. And secondly, to me, almost worse than this was, like, what on earth is going on? Like, how can we be in a situation where the NHS has these graphs showing that we are days away from having to make a decision on what to do to stop this nightmare, but the official system in the Cabinet Office for dealing with this crisis doesn't seem to understand this. So it wasn't just the kind of first order level of how bad it was also the second order level of what on earth is going on in the system that this could be possible.
On page 69 of 48313, there is a WhatsApp message from you saying, said while babbling about chickenpox, God fucking help us. What was being said about chickenpox, Mr. Cummings?
So there was a meeting in the PM study roughly noon on this day. And there was a conversation, and in the conversation, the Cabinet Secretary said to the PM, you should go on TV and you should explain that, this is like the old days with chickenpox, and people are going to have chickenpox parties, and the sooner a lot of people get this and get it over with, the better, sort of thing. And this has been mentioned before, this analogy, and I said, Mark, you should stop using this analogy of chickenpox parties, and the Cabinet Secretary said, why? And Ben Warner said, because chickenpox doesn't spread exponentially and kill thousands and thousands of people. And the look on people's faces when Ben said this, that was quite a crystallizing moment, because it made us, A, think, Who on earth is briefing the most important official in the country along these lines? This is terrifying. But also other officials obviously heard this exchange, and some of them came to us and said, essentially, like, something has gone terribly wrong in the Cabinet Office.
All right. On Friday the 13th of March, the inquiry understands that, of course, there was the meeting in the evening involving yourself and others, at which a plan B, to use your wording, was sketched out on a whiteboard. It's at 48313, page 3. If you could just scroll in, please, we can reacquaint ourselves with this whiteboard. Essentially, Mr. Cummings, and if you would just simply confirm yes or no, this whiteboard was the first emanation of Plan B, which recognised that to stop the NHS collapsing, there would have to be consideration probably of a lockdown. And of course, it deals with the number of deaths that would occur in a reasonable worst case scenario. It deals with issues as to how you deal with contact, what the differences are between Plan A and B, who not to save, i.e. who is at risk, and full lockdown before collapse.
Yeah.
And this whiteboard is moved around Downing Street, I think, like Theseus' ship. It's brought into meetings and it's further explained to the Prime Minister and individuals there.
Yeah.
During the course of that meeting, though, the Prime Minister texted you and Mr. Hancock, Sir Patrick Vallance and Sir Chris Whitty, saying, how do we win the herd immunity argument?
Mm-hmm.
Was that because, notwithstanding the information which had been received from the scientists, from Professor Ferguson, from the NHS, your incipient understanding of the wave of death that was to ensue, it was still thought in number 10 Downing Street that herd immunity was the way forward?
Yes, but at this point on Friday evening, 13th of March, Plan A remained Plan A. And also, of course, what the PM's specifically referring to is, at that point in that week, multiple scientists, including the CSA and John Edmonds, had been on TV explaining the herd immunity the herd immunity basic Plan A. But there'd been a lot of pushback from it. The PM was nervy and was saying, you know, how are we going to explain this better, and how are we going to get this argument out?
All right. The next day, on the Saturday, there were a number of meetings. There was also a long debate on WhatsApp between the Chief Scientific Advisor, the Chief Medical Officer, Mr. Hancock, the Prime Minister, and yourself. Could we have 48399? And I don't want to spend too much time on this WhatsApp thread, but it shows on pages 3, 4, and 6 a fairly extensive debate about how herd immunity as an argument can still be advanced, if it is to be advanced at all, but also how concentration now needs to be focused on measures to be taken to avoid transmission and save lives. And I think on page 3, 1403, the 14th of March at 7:39, Mr. Johnson says, thank you, agreed totally with above. That's why I was concerned when some on the team were suggesting last week that we actively need a proportion of population to be infected. And if you could just scroll back out. Civil service need to grasp. So the Prime Minister understood that there was a problem here with whether or not the system, as you would describe it, or the civil service, as he would describe it, understood the danger, understood the need for a change in strategy, the need to understand that there was no time to be lost.
I think that's oversimplifying things, if I may say so respectfully. If you look at the chronology, some of these messages start early in the morning, and some of these messages are in the evening. And an awful lot happened that day. You know, in the morning, the PM is still essentially in Plan A mode. Then there is a meeting that I organised. There's an official meeting, and then there's a second meeting. And the situation, I think, what the PM's mind and other people's minds, including Patrick, were very different, even in this between morning and evening on this day. It was a day of kind of psychological transition for a lot of people.
The whole thread shows that evolution in thinking. If we could go to page 6, we can see at 10:49 a.m. Mr. Johnson says, no time. Although I now can't see it. Yes, thank you very much. 10:49, 15 seconds. Johnson Boris, seeing what happened in Italy, we simply have, in capital letters, no time.
Mm-hmm.
Over that weekend of the 14th and 15th, there are, as I said, a number of meetings. Sage is asked to model lockdown. You're in touch with Timothy Gowers to ask him for his help, and he says you've got to move urgently to extreme containment measures, correct?
Yep.
253942, page 3. You asked him for his views, and he says you've got to move urgently to extreme containment measures. There we are, about a third of the way down the page. I now think that we should move urgently to extreme containment measures. Then, on that Saturday, the 14th of March, at the officials' meeting in the morning, Number 10 was informed that matters, the outbreak was further along the curve than had been thought. And there was a private meeting, was there not, between 9:01 and 9:10 with the Prime Minister, yourself, Cleo Watson, Lee Cain, Imran Shafi and Stuart Glasborough, where you wheeled in your whiteboard and you took the Prime Minister through the problem.
Yep.
In light of what Mr. Cain said earlier, can you make plain, please, though, that it doesn't appear as if any decision was made during the course of the weekend for a lockdown. It is that there was a change in the strategic approach of the government. There was a realisation that there had to be a change of approach and much more stringent measures were likely to be required, but no actual decision was made to impose a national lockdown.
Correct. That the way I would describe it is that we had the conversation with the PM on the Saturday morning. We told him our concerns that Plan A was heading for a catastrophe. I then, after that, spoke to Patrick Vallance and articulated my concerns and my ideas about a Plan B that was sketched on the whiteboard. Patrick Vallance had clearly changed his mind in various ways as well, as I referred to in my text with the PM. And I agreed with Patrick that we would organise a meeting on this Sunday at which he and I jointly would try to articulate a different way forward. But I was very keen for him to do this rather than me, for obvious reasons.
And to be clear, at the morning meeting on the 14th, on the Saturday, you said need to do in the next 72 hours to avoid NHS lockdown. And there was a debate, including Michael Gove MP, in which he said, go now. Mm-hmm. We know that from the notes of that meeting kept by Mr. Shafi.
Yes, I remember him saying it. I remember Gove saying that, sorry.
On the Sunday, and in fact throughout the weekend and then onwards on the Monday, there was a considerable debate also in a WhatsApp group titled CSA, CMO, MAT, PM, DOM, concerning the need to accelerate the social distancing plans. In essence, do you agree?
Yes.
And there was a debate, including Mr. Hancock, about the need to ramp up testing, not stop testing, and need to continue contact tracing and introduce self-contact tracing. And I think he assured you at 7:30 on the 14th of March that both of those were in hand. Do you recall?
Vaguely, yes.
On the Sunday, there were further meetings, and the Prime Minister held a meeting with his closest advisers in which you'd summarised the discussion from the day before and about the need to move to Plan B. Was a decision about the government's approach able to be taken at that meeting, or did the Prime Minister want to confer further with the Chief Medical Officer and the governmental Chief Scientific Advisor?
So I'm not exactly sure which meeting you referred to. You said Sunday.
On the Sunday.
Yeah, on the Sunday they were. So on the Sunday, I met with Patrick and Chris, certainly with Patrick, possibly with Chris, before the meeting with the PM. Then at the 5 o'clock, I think it was, that meeting was with Patrick and with the PM.
At that meeting, did anybody express anger or irritation or annoyance at the view then being expressed by Sir Patrick Vallance as to the need to change course?
I would say there was a great deal of confusion at that meeting, because in terms of the reactions to it, because of course Patrick and I were essentially suggesting that the original herd immunity plan had to be ditched. There was anger after that meeting expressed by people in the Cabinet Office and at DHSC, reflecting the fact that they were essentially blindsided. Of course, as far as they knew, as far as the people in the Cabinet Office and DHSC knew, Plan A was still in place. Plan A was still in place. As you can see from the record, Matt Hancock said on the Saturday morning on the 14th to the official meeting, we've got to, quote, stick with the plan, unquote. So when Patrick and I, wheeled in whiteboards and said, essentially, we've got to go down a different route on the Sunday evening, I was told after that Patrick Vallance was reprimanded by various people and that there was a very angry reaction in the Cabinet Office and DH.
In particular, was he reprimanded by the Permanent Secretary at the DHSE for having, as the Permanent Secretary appeared to think, advocated a change of direction without the Permanent Secretary's knowledge?
That is my understanding. And you can see from messages on the 18th that the Permanent Secretary at DH still was behind the curve on this whole discussion. Because
he was still talking about one-wave strategy, talking about why the NHS would be overtopped, to use his word.
Correct, on the afternoon of the 18th. So I think, just for complete clarity, it's a big mistake to think that there was a kind of clear moment. Right? This was all complete chaos. There was informal meetings on the Friday. There was formal and informal meetings on the Saturday. There was formal and informal meetings on the Sunday. There was Patrick and I basically articulating a plan B. There's the PM thinking about it. There's the Cabinet Secretary and other people in the system suddenly going, what the hell's going on? Are we ditching plan A? What the hell? So it's important not to think that there was a sort of, that this was all very clear and then suddenly everyone left the meeting and everyone was aligned. It was a very chaotic process, that transition.
So chaotic was it that data and whiteboards and information that you were using to make your point were themselves out of date. So if we could have 48313, your letter to the inquiry at page 39. This is a screenshot that you've provided of charts from the NHS showing how beds, that the bed capacity of the NHS would be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
That information, it'll be page 40 then, please. I think I must have got the wrong reference. There are NHS graphs which were shown to you and which you deployed in order to show the crisis facing the NHS that weekend, in which the peak on those graphs was still being shown as being in June of 2020. So no, that's slightly confused. There's two different sets of graphs. There is a set of graphs that came from COBRA and CCS, which was showing the peak in June at this time. The NHS graphs, which we've been provided by either NHS or essentially from Stephen's office, the ones I referred to earlier, which were shown to us on the Thursday the 12th. If you look at the photo of me in the room with the PM on Saturday the 14th, you can see those NHS graphs are the ones that are in front of him. So part of what that meeting was about was showing him, here's what the Cabinet Office and the CCS are all planning on the basis of in DHSC. But here is the actual NHS graphs, which Stevens has provided and which the Warners are saying is much more accurate. These completely mismatch. Because the first set of graphs showed and continued to show that the peak would be in June. And of course, information had by then already been received in Downing Street that we were way off the trajectory it was coming sooner than expected.
Correct. And as a measure of how bad that was, even after this was realised and we had these conversations and we were saying to people, these are the graphs from the NHS, these CCS graphs are completely wrong from COBRA. These graphs kept appearing in the briefing pack for 2 more weeks after this. So it was kind of, somehow it got embedded in the system and it was very hard to de-embed it. If they were still appearing after we'd even decided to make the first, to do the first lockdown.
All right. Now, during the course of that week, commencing on Monday, the 16th of March, there were urgent debates and there was rapid consideration of the need to shut schools, which you called for in a number of texts and messages. You called for London to be locked down to stop the NHS collapse in London in 15 days. There was obviously an extensive debate about whether or not practically a lockdown could be put into place, as well as whether it should be national or London first and then the rest of the country behind that. What was the Prime Minister's general position in relation to whether or not this was a course that would have to be contemplated and pursued?
He oscillated through the course of the week. I think that he, like me, in the week of the 9th, his bat sense was telling him that something had gone wrong. I think he'd been very alarmed by the chickenpox parties. When he heard the most senior official in the country use this, it wasn't a blame about Mark, but it was some signal that who the hell was briefing Mark this ideas like this. So he was concerned. When we talked him through on Saturday and said we've got to ditch plan A and shift to plan B and try and build our way out of it, he was certainly open, but you know, like me and like the Warners and others, he was somewhat dumbstruck that we were in this situation. And of course, there was no plan for lockdown. So he was also perfectly reasonably saying, how the hell do we lock down when there isn't a plan for lockdown? And I've been told for the last 8 weeks that A, lockdown is impossible, B, lockdown is mad because it just means an even worse second wave. Now suddenly you and others are saying we're going to have to lock down. What the hell's going on?
In your statement, you refer to a number of difficult discussions with the Prime Minister because of the way in which he swung. He backed and veered from taking the view that there had to be a lockdown to taking the view that there should not. Were those careful and measured considerations of the options, or were they, to use your language, wild oscillations and trolleying?
Well, I think, you know, to be fair to the PM, you know, it's hard to overstate. You know, the last time anyone had been in that building in a situation like that was literally Churchill. It was an extraordinary situation, and the PM had repeatedly, you know, extraordinary meetings. So he suddenly had the Cabinet Secretary coming in saying, are you absolutely sure about this? The Cabinet are going to revolt. This is all going to kick off. He had the Chancellor come in and say the bond markets might puke and we might have a massive 2008-style financial crisis with the perm sec from the Treasury. You know,
slow down, Mr. Cummings, please.
There were a lot of crazy things of people suddenly just coming into his study saying wildly different things. Right. So, although I have been very critical of him, I think it's important to understand in this context that he was being buffeted very strongly by different forces. There was me and one set of people making one argument that we'd basically been kiboshed by disastrous groupthink and we had to change path. He had people in the Cabinet Office saying that, he had people in the Cabinet saying the other, and he had the Treasury people warning him that if we went down this path, then we might provoke another parallel disaster.
And as the days unfolded, he backed and veered from supporting a lockdown to being incredibly concerned about the prospect of ordering a lockdown. On the 19th of March, a bilateral meeting with the Chancellor of the Exchequer took place, and the inquiries received evidence that somebody said at that meeting, we're killing the patient to tackle the tumour, large numbers of people who will die. Why are we destroying everything for people who will die anyway soon? Who said that, Mr. Cummings?
I think it was the PM.
And was that a reflection of the agonising debate which was going on in Downing Street?
Yes, and a reflection of the fact that the Treasury were pushing back against, the Treasury were kind of baffled as to what's going on. We had a plan, why are we not sticking to it?
But the Chancellor wasn't trying to stop serious action being taken, from your own statement. That's what you say. But you sent emails or WhatsApps to Mr. Cain. We saw those earlier this morning saying, get in here, he's melting down, he's back to Jaws mode. I've said the same thing to him 10 fucking times, and there's references to stopping the trolley. So it does appear, Mr. Cummings, that there was a very real problem in getting the Prime Minister to agree to a course of action and to stick to it. Is that the nub of it?
It is the nub of it. Also, I think by the 19th, it's important to realise that there'd been a huge swing in the kind of institutional weight. So if you go back a week prior to the 19th, the whole weight of the machine was behind Plan A. By the time you get to the 19th, the whole weight of the machine had shifted, and this was sort of cascading through the system of, hang on, we cannot do Plan A. Obviously, when you look at what Plan A means and also how fast it's all going to unfold, we've got to shift. So there was a sort of huge institutional shift over the course of that week. And part of what I was referring to in that message was, by the 19th, it was totally obvious that there was going to be a lockdown. And my fear then was that if the PM suddenly trolleyed back, then all it would do was cause more needless confusion. If you imagine how hard it was to ditch Plan A and shift to Plan B, if the PM had then started saying to key people, oh, hang on, we might move back to Plan A again, we were all holding our heads.
And it would cause more delay.
Yes.
There was a debate about whether or not London should be locked down. The Prime Minister met with the Mayor of London, and they agreed to jointly announce that entertainment, hospitality and retail must close in London from Friday. But the Prime Minister changed his mind again, and that announcement did not take place, and London was, of course, not shut down early. The position then by the following weekend, the weekend of the 21st and 22nd of March, was that time was allowed to see whether or not the measures which had been put in place that week would work, whether or not there would be sufficient compliance. And it became apparent, didn't it, over the weekend, that from continued social mixing up and down the land, those measures were simply not going to work. And that is why the lockdown decision was made on the Monday.
Yes, I mean, if I recall correctly, again, I would say that might have been formally made on the Monday, but I think it was pretty clear over that weekend that it was going to happen before.
There were meetings on the Sunday, and the matter obviously formally had to be debated by Cabinet.
Yeah.
And the Cabinet meeting took place on the Monday. And for all those reasons, Mr. Cummings, is that why you say in your statement, in effect, that had proper preparations been made, had a proper border and test and trace system been in place, there may never have been a need for a lockdown, but that it became necessary as the weeks in March moved on to stop the NHS collapsing. Is that the nub of it?
It is the nub of it.
If there had been a scaled-up test and trace system from January or February, then control over the virus would not have been lost. Yes?
Possibly, but I think it would to do it properly. You would also need industrial manufacturing and scaling up rapid tests as well.
Yes. When I say scaled-up test and trace, I mean a sophisticated, scaled-up, rapid TTI contact system. And control having been lost, Mr. Cummings, there is obviously an argument that that lockdown, which became necessary to avoid the collapse in the NHS and to prevent death, could have been decided upon earlier than it was.
For sure.
And it was the way in which the government system, the structure, attempted to change direction from the 9th of March onwards and the lack of any planning or preparation for shielding or any of the other parts of the system that would be required to accommodate a lockdown, that a lockdown could not be imposed earlier?
Yes, there wasn't an operational plan for it or a legal plan for it or all the sort of thinking through of what it would actually mean.
With hindsight, Mr. Johnson's view varied between, particularly before he became ill, concern that the government had overreacted. He was concerned because he said, I've no idea whether COVID is killing people. I don't know how many COVID deaths are truly additional. Did we really have to take those steps? But after he fell very gravely ill and recovered, he told you, this thing is no joke. Thank God we changed course. It would have been a catastrophe.
Correct.
Over the course of the months after the lockdown, the government backed and veered, in no small part due to the Prime Minister himself, as to the extent to which the system should be allowed to open up and the extent to which it should be kept controlled. And that debate raged, did it not, throughout the summer months?
Yep.
And is that the time at which you and other members of Number 10 engage with Mr. Hancock, particularly on the issue of the way in which the testing system was then becoming designed and put into place, the way in which the care home sector was being protected, adequately or not, and the way in which steps have been taken to try to get in sufficient quantities of PPE?
Yes, after I came back from having the disease myself, from roughly the 13th of April, we discussed extensively in the Cabinet room all of those things, how to build test and trace, how to build the infrastructure, PPE and everything else. Also, how to create a vaccine task force. I mean, many dozens of such things.
The detail of test and trace and of the care home sector and of PPE are for later exploration in later modules. So I don't want to go in detail, but was it around that time that you sent multiple emails and WhatsApps and messages to Mr. Johnson and others stating that your belief was that you were being misled by Mr. Hancock, misled by the DHSC in relation to assertions as to what was being done to protect the care home sector, what was being done to ramp up testing, and what was being done to get inadequate supplies of PPE?
Yes, multiple officials, including Mr. Shinner and an excellent private secretary, Alexandra Burns, raised issues with me that they thought that what was being said in the morning meetings about those issues was not accurate. And I tried to convey this to the PM, as to be fair to him, also, as Mark said, what the Cabinet Secretary did.
Could we have 48313, page 16? This is an extract from your letter to the inquiry dated the 7th of May. You say that Mr. Hancock is unfit for this job, the incompetence, the constant lies, the obsession with media bullshit over doing his job. Still no fucking serious testing in care homes. His uselessness is still killing God knows how many. This morning are you addressing this to Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Must ask him when we will get to 500,000. Is that tests per
Correct.
day? And where is your plan for testing all care home workers weekly?
Yes.
If you could go, please, scroll out and go to the bottom of that page, and then scroll in on the last entry. You need to think through timing of binning Hancock. There's no way the guy can stay. He's lied his way through this and killed people, and dozens of people have seen it. Was it around this time, in fact on the 15th of May, that Mr. Hancock said, we've tried to throw a protective ring around our care homes?
I believe so. You have the date. I'm sure you're right.
And was it around this time, therefore, that in Number 10 there was repeated consideration to the issue of sacking Mr. Hancock?
Yes, and I also had complaints from officials to me, entirely rightly. The Cabinet Secretary said to me himself, the British system does not work if ministers lie at the Cabinet table, and you have to convey this to the PM. I think the Cabinet Secretary was completely right. There was only so much that he could do. This was fundamentally a political matter, and I did what I could.
Lord Sedwell said in a WhatsApp on the 18th of April, Hancock is quite slippery in all this. That was in the context of PPE. And on the 20th of April, Mark Sedwell referred to, I'm fast losing confidence in Hancock's candour as well as grip. We'll have that on the screen, please. 48313, page 26.
Yes, that's the sort of conversations that I was referring to. But we had, I mean, it wasn't just on WhatsApp, we had face-to-face discussions along those lines.
If you could scroll in, please. It's quite hard to read, but you can see in the top third of the page, that exchange really worries me and reinforces the need to get a grip on DHSE, who should have been kicking my door down over this for weeks to get it resolved.
Yeah.
I'm fast losing confidence in his candour. But Mr. Hancock was not sacked. But there was a significant change in Downing Street because on the 14th of May, the Prime Minister called Mark Sedwell, the Cabinet Secretary, into his study, and at a meeting attended only by Mark Sedwell and Boris Johnson, Mr. Sedwell was effectively told that his time was up. He ended up staying till September, but that his role as Cabinet Secretary was effectively over.
Yes, this was one of the most disastrous moments of the entire 2020 because it set off a kind of bomb across the whole system. I begged the PM not to do it. I knew what would happen, the same as every single HR conversation you ever had with anybody. It was a total disaster. And it was also, I mean, from a personal level, it was very unfair on Mark. But from a government level, it kind of kicked off week after week after week of debilitating argument across the system instead of actually rebuilding the system, which is what needed to happen.
But you had, of course, put poison into your master's ear because you had described Mr. Sedwell as, well, you'd insulted him, you'd told the Prime Minister he was off the pace, he was not up to the job. In a WhatsApp on the 14th of March, you said to Mr. Johnson, that fucker, Mr. Sedwell, should be in the office. You played your part in the loss of confidence, did you not?
Yes, I did. But so I think you have to separate out two fundamental questions. It was my job to convey to the PM that the Cabinet Office structure, which was the engine room for dealing with a crisis like this, had blown up and could not cope. And I think I was right in pointing out to him multiple problems. That's completely different from the way in which the PM then tried to handle the whole situation, which obviously should have been handled in a completely different way. The way he handled things with Mark, and then almost immediately afterwards, he did practically identically the same thing with Helen. It just caused absolute chaos.
Are you implying that Mr. Johnson treated Helen McNamara in a way that you would not have done?
Well, I mean, so there's a huge...
Yes or no, Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Helen McNamara...
In a fundamental way...
Excuse me.
Do you want me to explain why?
No,
or not?
I'd like you to listen to the question, please. Helen McNamara and Martin Reynolds produced a report which identified toxic cultural problems in Number 10, people talking over junior women, sexist macho culture, and they describe a pretty unpleasant working atmosphere in Number 10. Had you contributed to that toxic atmosphere, Mr. Cummings?
I contributed to... So, certainly the atmosphere was toxic in all sorts of ways. I contributed to it in the sense of I'd said that the system's broken, a lot of the people need to be removed and it needs to be rebuilt. This was extremely unpopular this was very popular with some officials. It was extremely unpopular with other officials, in particular Martin. There was, though, I would stress, a lot of support. A lot of very good officials had seen the collapse of the Cabinet Office up close. There was a lot of support for my view, which was that it needed fundamental root and branch change.
My question was, had you contributed to that toxic atmosphere? Is your answer yes?
No, my answer is not yes. If you're trying to suggest that that an overall the way that you characterise it, no, I think that explaining to the PM and others directly, these are the problems. We can't carry on like this. Crucial people need to be removed. Here's what's wrong with it. Here's how we rebuild it. Did that contribute to bad relations? Undoubtedly, yes, with some people, but it was necessary and justified.
Did you treat individuals in Downing Street with offence and misogyny, Mr. Cummings?
Certainly not.
Could we have 283369, please, an extract from Mr. Johnson's Fight Back WhatsApp group? Page 37. Just to pick up the thread of the chronology, if you could scroll in on the top of the page. We could see that the first WhatsApp is 21st of August 2020. Mr. Johnson says the mail has fucked up remnants of my Scottish break, so back in Chequers and in a thoroughly homicidal mood. We need a plan for the Department of Education, PermSec, better ministers, reform. There is then some communication between him and Mr. Cain and you at the bottom of the page. And then over the page, please, to page 38. You say this at 12:20. If I have to come back to Helen's bullshit with PET, was that propriety and ethics?
Yes.
Part of the Cabinet Office, or number 10. Designed to waste huge amounts of my time so I can't spend it on other stuff, I'll personally handcuff her and escort her from the building. Had you got form, Mr. Cummings, for arranging for people to be escorted from number 10 before?
You shouldn't believe everything you read in the newspapers. That story is not accurate.
I don't care how it's done, but that woman must be out of our hair. We cannot keep dealing with this horrific meltdown of the British state while dodging stilettos from that cunt. Page 10 of 283282. We got to get Helen out of cab off. She's fucking up Frosty. She's fucking up me and Case. She's trying to get Spads fired and cause trouble on multiple fronts. Can we get her in Monday for chat re her moving to community local government or DFT Department for Trade? We need her out ASAP, building millions of lovely houses. If you go back one page to page 7, please. 3 pages in the same document, we will see a way in which you speak of a professional scientist who gave his time and considerable amounts of energy to Sage, Professor Neil Ferguson. A third of the way down, we should get someone to hammer Ferguson. Mr. Cummings, was that aggressive and foul-mouthed and misogynistic approach the correct way to manage fellow professionals?
I don't know what the Ferguson thing is referring to, but in terms of Helen and the situation in the Cabinet Office, you need to understand that the Prime Minister had, first of all, tried to sack the Cabinet Secretary and then botched it, and he was still there. Then he'd said to everyone that he wanted Helen to be removed as well, and that he'd lost confidence in Helen. The new Cabinet Secretary had said that he wanted to have the authority to change both the PPS and choose his deputy, i.e. Helen. The Prime Minister had then trolleyed back on this as well. So we were in this absolutely nightmare situation where the PM had made clear that he didn't have confidence in either of the two senior officials, had said to people he was going to remove them, then he didn't remove them for week after week. This led to an absolutely nightmare situation. Now, my language about Helen is, the language is obviously appalling, and actually I got on well with Helen at a personal level. But 1,000 times worse than my bad language is the underlying issue at stake, that we had a Cabinet Office system that had completely melted, and the Prime Minister had half begun the process of changing the senior management and then stopped. So me and other people were desperately trying to build a new system with a new Cabinet Secretary over this period in order to get ready for September. And then suddenly we were getting dragged out of meetings on things like test and trace and vaccines to be told that we had to deal with Cabinet Office HR issues and legal questions regarding judicial reviews and jolly on morn. This is, I mean, Kafkaesque nightmare doesn't even begin to explain it. So I apologise for my language towards Helen, but 1,000 times worse than my language was the underlying insanity of the situation in number 10.
When this morning...
Keith, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we have to take a 5 minute break.
Yes, of course.
So I'll be back at 25 to. All right. So it's not 5 minutes.